Hello guys. Hi. Did I guess not. Well, today is January 21st, 2025. The day after quite an important and chaotic day for the US. So I'm going to try to keep all of that talk out of chat today and just focus on making the game. But you know me, I may not be able to avoid some of that, so we'll see. We shall see. Oh, I did load it up twice. Okay, oopsies. We'll just close one of those. Sometimes it takes a while for the engine to start up. Load! Faster! Do it! Okay, there we go. 7 asset editors were open. Do I want to reopen them? Yeah, actually I would. I would. This time, yes. It did not open the thing that I actually need open, which is the merchant's second story file. Okay, we left off having finished writing these and leading into a few of the last minute branches and checks that we got to do to reward the player. And then we also have to write the fear or frenzy, and I threw in here the merchant 1 data table rows that we'll need. Oh, this should be potion outcome bad, actually. Because it goes terrible, bad, base, good, exceptional. Okay, let's write this first. Just get this done and then we can kind of like move to the right. Oh! How you doing, Jarbox? What are you playing at, Alchemist? Just what did you put in that? I missed it? What did I miss? Wasn't Trump mention crypto, but Elon did? Don't worry, I watched pretty much everything last night. Most of it. I skipped a few of the speeches because he kind of just went and did like another speech, another speech, another speech, and he yaps. Holy shit. I thought that I yap when I watch Tim Kaine reactions, but my god, does he yap. Melania Trump just sitting behind there like wearing the hat to hide the fact that she is just tired of him yapping so much. Looking like Mr. X, she did. Yeah, I watched everything last night. It was an interesting night. That's all I can say. You know me, I'm pretty independent. It was interesting. Okay, let's see here. I think I'll split off here. I could do another split here where we check for specifically fear or frenzy to have different reactions. Granted, if you provided fear and frenzy, we would need to have a different reaction. Okay, so we need 3. All I can say is, as a US citizen, this does matter to me. I will wait and just see if certain things get better or certain things get worse. But I'll tell you what, the longer I'm alive and the more I wait on politicians to make good decisions for me, the older I get, the poorer I get. The more disappointment I feel. And die of old age waiting, I agree with you. That shit ain't happening anytime soon. Okay, encounter, merchant, E1, effect check, E, fear. On either potion. I believe. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay. Careful with using strings in some places like that effect check. The thing is, it's because that this, well, yeah, specifically affects, well, they're F names, so they're not strings, they are F names. Here's the reason why I do it, and it's not because it's right, but because if I type it in wrong, it will tell me. It will tell me that it can find that effect, so I do have a little bit of warning. But yeah, there would be a better way to do it. Much better way to do it. In fact, I have like an effect enum that I could call, and then I could just, pull from a drop-down list. But I'm just kind of old school like that. I just, I don't know. I trust my ability to do it properly. Then you have the tag system. Yeah, the tags could work too. We do have tags now in the effect data table. So I could do effects. I could do an enum. Hey Rex, how you doing, man? So you were totally right that there's a better way to do this. Started using the tag system too much. I kind of regret it. I don't know what it is with me, but sometimes I'll just gravitate towards this old school way of doing it where I can just make mistakes and cause a whole bunch of problems, but I trust myself not to. Probably not a good idea. Okay, so we'll do 3 different mentions here based on fear, frenzy, or fear and frenzy. Here's how those tags will work behind the scenes. Wonder how they do matching and checking. If they simply iterate all of these tags, then yikes if you upload them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they do, because that's kind of one of the reasons why I like using F names so much, is they're serialized, so they're very quick to do, a quick check. Even when you do like a big string table like I do with, I don't even know how many strings we have. Almost 1,300. It's a very quick process to grab the right row. Again, though, this is not the right way to do string tables. But it works for now. Okay. I mean, the thing is, if you want to use tags, but you know you won't have more than 256 of them, I don't see why not just use enums, right? It's a very efficient and fast way to deal with things. Only thing you have to be careful of is not to change the order of them. Use tags instead of bools. I mean, I think using tags instead of bools is fine. You can also use enums instead of booleans. Because let's say you have two enums, right? They are bit masked, so, you know, the first enum is 0 and the second one is 1, so it's kind of its own little boolean there. Any match. That's like a dating tool. The only problem with the enum flags is they're restricted to int 3264 and you can't have entries bigger than 32 or 64. This is true, but if there are certain times where you don't plan to have more than that, then I think they're pretty okay to use. But I wouldn't use them for like large databases. But for us, you know, we won't have more than, you know, I don't see more than 50 effects probably in the game, or yeah, I don't see having us more than 50, so I use enums just because they're nice and fast. Although the one thing I'm not a big fan of with gameplay tags is that there's a lot of bloat to certain aspects of gas. And I think that in a lot of cases it's actually a lot better, well, not a lot better, but a bit better in terms of performance to write your own functions. Bloat and gas, exactly. Seems like it matches up, sir. You know what, I might just do the 3 flavor responses. I mean, they're all gonna have the same outcome anyway. Okay, let's write them. Is handiwork with an I or a Y? With an eye, okay. You're drinking your handiwork. I ran around the forest. Paranoid. Seeing visions. Attacking anything that moved. Plant or animal. Don't tell me you did that on purpose. Drinking handiwork? Wait a minute, that's calm. Refactoring my ability system now, it's going nicely. It was good before, but I wanted to extend its modularity a bit. I wanted to make a, hey Andres. Happy Tuesday. I wanted to make a, like, RuneScape type scaling system in Unreal, because I've never done that before. Just as like a side bit of practice. I don't know if I would stream that though. I don't know if people would watch me making that. I think I could make it within 1 day, maximum 2. Probably 1 though. But I don't know if anybody would watch me doing that. Around the forest, paranoid and seeing visions. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I'm gonna make this a bit generic, I think. So, you survived my attempt to kill you. You're saying you tried to kill me on purpose? Absolutely vile, you're a pure evil alchemist. I'm leaving before I have another chance to kill me. And I'll just copy this note up here. I didn't mean to include any effect that did that. She forgives you, although she's still not happy, and she gives you very, very bad rates here. I'll believe you for now. If you try to pull anything like that again, consider me gone for good. You know, on the merchant screen, I could have like a little face with a tooltip that indicates the merchant's reputation. You know, and I can kind of cheat this. I can just hard code set it when I need to on the merchant data table row. So in balance, I can just set like an enum for how the merchant feels about you. We could always put that into a not monetary, like an actual value, like a number at some point. Almost absent. Good morning, beautiful. That's me. Mom, you here? I'm bootyful. Need to lose weight though. Ooh, gross. Okay, let's see. On a diet, I should be. I'll probably start counting calories again. You're beautiful and just as you are. No, I would be beautiful if I were 20 pounds lighter. I'm gonna be honest. Really, no fat acceptance for myself. Eat a lot of protein-full things. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I do consume a bit too much. I mean, really, the biggest thing I need to cut out is just alcohol. It's just the alky. It's all the alky. Alky in game, not outside of game. Once went to a doctor and he was like, "Oh, you gained weight." Well, like in a happy way? I mean, if you're underweight, that is a good thing. Oh, and you were like, "Oh, I guess." Just call me fat, doctor. Wait for that too. Yeah, it's nasty. A lot of bad stuff it does to your system and dehydrates you. A lot of calories. Okay. If you provided I think she'll be a bit more curt towards you if you provided fear or frenzy. Because she'll still talk to you, but I don't want her to be so happy-go-lucky kind of responses towards you. I guess you meant it in a positive way. I mean, if you were underweight, it is a positive thing to gain weight. As long as you're still within a healthy range, right? I don't like this idea that we should normalize being obese. I mean, we shouldn't be mean to people, but, you know, let's not kid ourselves here, right? There's no health benefits from it. Go through some treatments, which you expected would make me lose weight, maybe? Yeah. Probably a good thing then. My mom's lost like 1,000,000 pounds recently. No, it's not that much, but enough that she can get some surgery on her knees that she's been needing for decades. Yeah. Like, she got in an accident, fucked over her knees. And so it's like, imagine the kinds of exercises you can do when you have massive thyroid problems and bad knees. Not a whole lot. But in order to get the knee surgery done, she has to be a certain weight before the doctor will approve it. So, you know, catch 22. But she's been doing a great job. Yeah, she had to move it back just recently, though, not because of any problem with her, but just she's been dealing with some family stuff. And that's been taking a lot of her time, so she doesn't want to have to deal with the recovery from the surgery and the family things. But that should be happening this year. Okay, so these will be like the curt responses for jumps when fear frenzy. Normal jumps. Oh, that's right. Yesterday I said that she would leave if... Oh no, it says Fear Frenzy, worst prices and angry. Okay. Yeah, so we do need... Potion outcome, Fear Frenzy. Provided. Well, we can add these table lines in. She will buy at 15% of the value. Or 0.14999999999999% value. Thank you, float rounding. Appreciate it. And she'll sell at she'll just sell three times value. Minimum potion value of, let's say, 25. She ain't happy. You want anything from her, you're gonna have to pay for it, bitch. Love that attitude. Have something worth 10 gold? Well, she'll only buy it for 1. How do you like them apples? I also need to do something too. Let me think here, because she mentions she'll bring a book for you into her inventory for free, but I don't want to have to write a separate row for it. Do I have a narrative event for just adding something to the merchant inventory? 'Cause that would be nice. I do not, but I can add it. Let me make it. Add item to merchant inventory. Or just add items. We'll want a variable for IDs. Or probably IDs and amounts. No, we'll just do IDs for now. I don't think we'll be using amounts to a significant extent. And potions. These should both be Boolean or arrays. Fucking Booleans. Update merchant. Here's the thing, like I have update merchant inventory, but I don't have any just direct function for taking in an array of IDs. This is more closely related to my calculate loot. Or something with the loot. Condense and reward loot. Well, condense and reward loot is exactly what I would feed to for the player. I guess I could retrofit that to work with merchants too, so like condense and update merchant inventory. It's pretty easy, thankfully. Yeah, where is this? Condense and reward loot. Duplicate. Dense and update merchant inventory. And we'll move this to merchant. So what needs to change here specifically? This is fine. Item type from ID. Tempted to update merchant inventory. couldn't get the item type, and here we'll just change this to update merchant ingredient inventory. Update merchant junk inventory. Update merchant book inventory, which for some reason is showing on loot widget. I don't know why that's there. Update merchant seed inventory. Also has show on loot widget for some reason. Awkward. Okay, here's potions. Update merchant potion inventory. Update merchant gold. Hey Claremont, how we doing? We're doing well. Drank some Polish beer tonight. Oh, nice. Lejaisk. I have never heard of Lejaisk. Lejaisk Pivo. Oh, I think I've seen that before. Yeah. I never had it though. Ona. Jasna Pelna. I think it's more of an export thing, like Shivets. Yeah, it might be. I have a lot of the, I'm not like into certain types of beers, so I have a lot of like the craft beers, sours, radlers, wheat beers. Yeah, Polish craft beer is pretty good. Germans have really good craft beer as well. Only get the lagers. Yeah, I'm not huge into lagers myself. I'll have a few. I'll have some sometimes though. Okay, this should work. So back in add items to merchant inventory, I can do condense and update merchant inventory with IDs, potions, and gold. And that's it. That is absolutely all that we had to do. The power of writing good functions. Ontario, you make your own IPAs and radlers. Oh, that's cool. I wanted to make my own beer sometime. Seems fun. But I feel like you need a bit of equipment. There are some starter kits though. Make like a wheat beer myself or something. I love wheat beer. It's so easily drinkable and it doesn't have a overly bitter or hoppy taste. And the nice thing too is like if you get a nice wheat beer, just mix it half and half with like some grapefruit juice. You have a nice radler right there. Very light in alcohol, very drinkable. Like you won't get drunk from it, you won't get dehydrated from it. Great stuff. Little German beer purity laws or with wheat beer. That's pretty cool. Adds blank items. Gold is greater than 0. Hold on, we need to do an append here. And gold to merchants inventory. I think that worked. We can try it. Add 0 items to merchant's inventory. By add a gold. Add 0 items and 1 gold to merchant's inventory. 1 item, 2 items. Well, we'll say items. Ooh, I can't deal with that. The grammar Nazi inside of me will not handle that. Add 0 items to merchant's inventory. Adds 1 item to merchant's inventory. 2 items. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with oil. Okay, so we should be able to add the book using this this event. So this will jump down to here. Although we probably should run the book check first. I might, if you anger her, I might prevent you from going into her lore anymore. But if she promised to bring it, she'll bring the book. So yeah, what we'll do is duplicate this. This will make it easy. Ooh. And then we'll do a switch here based on whether or not she promised to bring the book, which should be in here. Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. And then we need to make sure that we save Merchant 1 brought Sunlight book. A condition will bring Sunblight book. Make sure to save has brought Sunblight book. True. And then also add items to merchant inventory. The ID is, I forget. Book, I think it's book underscore Sunblight. B underscore Sunblight. And that has a value of 0. That'll be free. Adds 1 item to merchant's inventory. Okay. Okay. That'll work. And then we jump down to here. So I think that section is good. Let's lump all these together and comment. Potion responses. We'll need to write the dialogue for when she gets robbed. We can do that too right now. In what situations does that happen though? When you provide slow, paralyze, or weakness. Might some of this stuff affect? Gotta see, because if we might need a few responses here. Because, I start thinking, what's gonna happen to her engagement if she gets robbed? Maybe it affects it in some way. I don't know. Gotta give it some thought. The good thing is, if we wanted to do something in the future with it, because she only has this other encounter, it should be pretty easy to modify that without negatively affecting anything else. Maybe a little bit of the third encounter, but the third encounter should be very thin and streamlined. I was robbed. What happened, and then we'll do the branch based on we would have three. It would be 6 outcomes, right? It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there'd be 6 possible outcomes here, right? Or 7. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7. Okay. 2 times n plus 1. Because, of course, you can, she can be robbed either by being given weakness, paralyzed, or slow. Well, you could provide all 3 of these if you are just absolutely diabolical like that. I suppose, too, checking for robbed might make, well, I'm also half tempted to run the check if poison and cure poison were also provided. So she gets robbed and you almost poisoned her. It's doable. I could check for it. It's really ridiculous, but I could check for it. It's so niche. It would be so difficult to provide that. But I guess you could do it. Well, let's add these 7 in first, because she'll just first mention she was robbed and what it felt like. And then we can add in some additional lines if you also happen to toy with her heart a little bit. Okay, this will be all 3 are true. So provided effect. What was it? It was weakness, slow, and paralyze? Weakness, paralyze, slow. Okay. That checks for all 3. Then we need to do 3 of the double checks. So we can do weakness and paralyze. Weakness and slow. Or slow and paralyze. And then we do the single checks. So these get checked from top to bottom, so obviously if we reversed it, we would have a problem. We go from the most restrictive to the least restrictive checks. And then we'll have responses to these. Then we need to run a check. Or if poison was provided in the main potion and cure poison in the secondary. And she's gonna leave, you know, she's furious about that. She's especially furious if you played the good old poison trick with her. Rubino, thank you so much for the for the follow. Every follow makes my voice get lost more and more. No, I got a phlegm problem. I gotta get a surgery for that. But thank you so much. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Addition. Okay, remove the save choice check. I think it's okay to run that first. Because if it's true, we'll go through and we'll ignore anything below. And this is the fallback, so rather than checking for these to not be true, we'll first do the conditional check and hope that it does indeed check top to bottom. So what I'm doing is if you provided any one of 3 effects or multiple combos, of weakness, paralyzed, and slow, the merchant gets robbed on her way back to you, or wherever, just after meeting you for the first time. And she'll come back, say something unique about it, and then we do another check of if you played the good old poison cure poison trick, which is kind of a ridiculous little possibility, but because you're giving her 2 potions, if you gave poison on the first potion, she drinks it and starts to die. But then if you gave her cure poison on another potion, she'll frantically drink it and live. Obviously not being very happy with this, but it is a possibility that the player could run into. And it's also possible that you provide all 3 of these things happening, although very unlikely. It would be incredibly difficult to provide weakness, paralyzed, slow, and still end up with a high enough potion score that she survives. But I suppose there is some realm where it could happen. I don't actually know the calculations. It might be impossible, and I could be writing all of this for no point, but I suppose we'll see. We'll see if a player manages to get this outcome. Felt a wave of effects upon drinking your potion, none of them pleasant. My knees felt weak immediately. Mom's spaghetti. And as my thought processes started to slow, my joints seized up and I fell over, stiff as a board. I could still see and think, but not move. And some passers-by took it upon themselves to relieve me of my possessions. Possessions 1S and then 2 S's, or 2 S's and then 1 S? Or 2 S's and then 2 more S's. Thank you, French people. It is the double S. Mississippi. You had to have known what you put in that potion. I mean, we can assume that it was potions. There's no way the player can get weakness, paralyzed, slow into that one potion, that main potion. You would have had to have given multiple. So we can use plural here. Watch some player manage to do it and then they tell me, she said potions, I only gave her 1 potion. Excuse me, fix your dialogue. If somebody managed to do it, I will actually be happy to fix the dialogue for them. I don't think you can do it though. I will refund and report you for scam. That's the way to do it. Now we're in 2025. Well, just so you know, maybe I'll price my game at $100 because apparently developers have been waiting for so long to price their games at $100, and only because of GTA 6 now I can charge you $100 for Cauldron Chronicles. It's so stupid, by the way. I promise you, most developers have not been waiting for their games to cost $100. I 100% promise you that. And I think this is a case of fuck around and find out. Publishers, if you start pricing your games at $100, I will be clicking on download open magnet link. That's what the button I'll be pressing to get your game. You heard it right. As a fellow developer, your game will end up on my hard drive for the low price of completely free. You want to rob me? No, I rob you. I am the captain now. Okay, this is weakness and paralyze. Introducing always online extra double DRM. This makes me think of the ad from Journey to the Savage Planet. Yeah, this was the one. It was MOBA Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece Edition.
Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece Edition. Unrelenting. Pay more, win more. 5 stars. Get all the action with zero the substance. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece will totally blow you away. With over 200,000 combinations of temporary in-game purchases to completely decimate your war chest. Fantasize and customize as we monetize and capitalize in maximum overdrive. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece. More action, more destruction, more microtransaction requirements than any other game. It's unparalleled. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece coming soon from Brain Drain Games.
It's not in the game. Unless you separately purchase each character, world element, model, and texture. Also coming soon.
Mobile FPS MMA GAF 4D HD Double D. The next level in hyper-simulated nonsense from Brain Drain Games.
It's not in the game.
What a game. The whole game was filled with ads like that were just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, just if you ever get the chance, the game is worth playing. Mini Mall Monkeys, I love that one too. It's the future of gaming. Oh man, one day I would love to make a game where I can put in bullshit, stupid ads like that. And by stupid, I mean really funny, right? Just ones that are absurdly over the top. And my thought process started to slow as I fell to the ground. Still see and think, but hardly move, and some passersby took it upon themselves to relieve me of my possessions. It looks good. Electricity provider ads pop up in the game. Your usage is above average tonight. Order a super saving plan for 99 EU a month to save now. Due to EU regulations, you've used up your electricity quota. Now closing game automatically. Without saving. The game just exits. I mean, it does save, it just tells you it doesn't, just to make you panic. Okay, this is paralyze and slow. Felt a very unpleasant feeling. I experienced a very unpleasant feeling. Potions you gave me. This is weakness. My knees felt weak. Mom spaghetti. Immediately, I just can't stop saying mom spaghetti when I see knees felt weak. I fell over onto the ground. Hardly utter a word or move a muscle. Just talked with one German, and man, I love Germans, they talk so funny. I have some pretty fond experiences with talking to Germans at Gamescom. It was pretty great. Hope I can get back to Gamescom one of these days. All my muscles locked up and I fell over stiff as a board. I could hardly utter a word. Still see and think. Not move. Okay. Since you're in Poland, have you seen Auschwitz? Yes, I have been. I went there once. I don't plan to go there again. It was a extremely depressing day. There are no good feelings. It is like you don't want to say a word, you don't want to do anything. It's just this was harrowing and horrible. And the fact that some people have taken like photos Bro, I don't know. I feel like just phones should be banned completely in that entire area. Call me crazy, but you should be forced to put your phone in a locker before entering there. And any camera, so that you are just there to witness it in person with no distractions, and nobody's taking like photos or dumb shit like that. That's my hot take. Yeah, I mean, thankfully when I was there, I don't recall having anyone make like a call on the phone, or I didn't hear a ringtone, but I imagine that has happened. And I didn't see anybody taking photos, thank God. But you know, of course, we've all seen the news of like people posing on the railway tracks, taking a fucking photo. Look, I look so cute here. Just find them. Just sign a waiver. Sign a waiver, put all your cameras and phones, and if they catch you with any of that shit that you smuggled in, you get fined like $10,000. They don't take guests well, they'll not even allow us to use a shower. Welcome to the Auschwitz Hotel. 2025, the year of comedy is back. Real hits hard when you see nails, scrapes, and walls inside. Yeah, it really is. It's just everything you see are the piles of shoes or glasses, knowing that, you know, each one of those glasses, and there's like thousands in this display case. They had owners. It's scary. It's really fucked up. In this condition, some passers-by took it upon themselves to relieve me of possessions. Okay. Those are written. Then... we can have the dialogue lines for if you intended that to happen. Is it just me, or in the past, I don't know, like month or so, it feels like every single buddy in the gaming space is getting into some controversy. Every game or content creator is just wrapped up in something. Here, Mingso. These must be blueprints I've heard so much about. This is blueprints, but this is blueprint like dialogue writing, which is even worse because they don't have redirect nodes, and I can't collapse nodes. So I have to, I just can't avoid creating spaghetti sometimes. It's kind of horrible. Which, you know, it isn't too much of a problem if I'm writing, I don't know, just like some straightforward dialogue with a little bit of branching here and there. But the moment you need to do something a bit more crazy, it's really hard to avoid the spaghetti. Know anything about it? Just speedrun my college's C++ course and is supposed to pick a project between embedded systems, game dev, or custom project to work on for the capstone. Interesting. Well, congratulations on finishing up with your college courses. Pretty exciting. Do you know what you're leaning towards? I mean, if you're in here, probably, yeah, game dev, right? The nice thing is you can mix C++ and blueprints. Thankfully, normal blueprints, you know, are a bit more... Oh. Hold on. Gotta turn off rain. There we go. Now it's pretty. It turns out game dev is not the same as gaming. That's true. You know, thankfully a good portion of your blueprints can look a bit more well engineered than the spaghetti mess of dialogue nodes with the plugin that we're using. Yeah, we'll allow the player to say like an evil option. Going back to the US soon. Can afford to kind of just do whatever I want. So I've decided to learn Unreal 5 for fun. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I hope to see you in here a lot more often because that's what we do. I'm also from the US too. I'm from Wisconsin, but I'm living in Poland. Worked at C#, .NET, PowerShell for the last 14 years. I'm kind of done with VMware systems engineering. I mean, I kind of understand that. I love making games, so having to just do like software and stuff sounds really boring to me. But some people love it. Catalrana, thank you so much for the follow. Catlarana. Sorry about that. Hope you guys are having a good Tuesday. You have 246,000 channel points? You guys gotta stop watching me so much. I gotta stop streaming so much. I'm not gonna stop streaming. A shame they didn't kill you. And Remexo, thank you for the follow too. You're in Italy. Oh wow. Love the programming inside my job, love writing code, love scripting, absolutely hate the rest of it. I really love blueprint scripting, but I'm not a programmer. I'm primarily a game designer. But you know, I think all game designers do need to like you either pick the programming path or the art path. And you kind of specialize in being a game designer that has one of those two powers, let's say. So I chose the programming path because the logic of it is fun for me, the problem solving, but looking at like raw C++ code is, it just doesn't, I just can't compute the logic in my mind when writing code like that. I don't know. Specialize in getting exploited, that too. Yeah, you're not going to make a lot of money as a game designer. Okay, so this will be like, this will piss her off. She'll just leave from the, actually she'll just leave either way. But this will be like the super angry route where you admit to purposefully sabotaging her. If you purposefully sabotaged her. You did a management this year and you're miserable? 100% VA disability and a pension for my grandpa. First kid on the way, so we're moving back to the US. I'm going to finish my degree and try to make a game for fun. Well, seriously, best of luck to you. I mean, you certainly seem to have a lot of experience with programming, so I imagine it's going to go pretty easily for you. Especially, you know, if you're just jumping into Unreal for the first time, start to download the free content that they have available on Fab, which is their marketplace. You can just get entire, you know, sets of assets here for free that you can use in your commercial product. And a lot of times they'll also include systems too for the game. So always check on Fab. These will last until the 28th, and then they'll do another set of free things as well. Wife is a tattoo artist. Oh, that's really cool. He's learning to model in Blender. Some of the coolest games I've seen have been made by the husband and wife team. I love that. That's so cool. One that I was telling people about a few days ago was Hot Lava on Steam. Made by or prototyped by a husband and wife combo who worked at Play Entertainment and then pitched the game to the management there, and they said, yeah, let's make a game for it. That's pretty cool. Humble Bundle usually has cheap packages too. Absolutely, Humble Bundle is a great option. Humble Bundle, though, primarily assets. You'll get a lot of systems, though, from free on Fab. But if you do need something to kind of bolster your asset a bit, of course, music, sound effects. This is always a good one. I don't see any Unreal Asset packs right now. There is, of course, if you needed it, but you probably don't, a big set of courses for Unreal 5. Quite a few of them C++, so always an option. I have a friend who was stay-at-home dad, super bored, who was going to help with the game design. Oh, that's so super cool. I'm gonna start with just mechanics of the game we want to build with the basic 3D person my wife modeled. She made a little elf character with some cool clothes. First up, we'll be figuring out how to animate, make her move around the terrain. Well, I hope to see you know, you or your wife or other people in here, and you guys can tell me about your journey. Really cool. Or if you just want to have me on in the background. A lot of people do that. Listen to me rant about things. It's really motivating seeing other people make things. Listen to you yap, yeah. Yeah, we do also talk a lot about, you know, just some, like, philosophical theory things with game development. Doing reactions to Tim Kaine, so. Hour 40 minutes of talking about, do devs know what gamers want? Also, in Uber, so it's nice to see an American in my time zone. Yeah, I don't often see a lot of Americans here, but it is nice to meet them. Just because, you know, you kind of have that shared culture. And then, of course, half the Europeans just think, oh, two Americans talking to each other. They must be talking about guns and freedom. And they're right. Listen to me ranting. Want to learn? Write C++ and C. Well, a lot of people do need programmers. So if you want to stay hobbyist, that's definitely an option. If you want to go into professional game development, that's also an option. If you're looking to make a little bit of extra money too while doing it, you can check out itch.io game jams, and some of these do have cash prizes. So if you need like a little bit of a topic to push you forward, or you know, meet some other people, try your hand at certain things, the game jams are a fantastic thing to jump into. What's a big one coming up? There's this road trip game jam. I don't really know what that does. Create a game jam taking place during a road trip. Do they mean a real road trip? Or I think maybe road trip is just the... Oh no, road trip is the topic. I don't know. A little confusing. Your military pension, GI Bill, housing allowance, we don't need any money. I'm gonna enjoy not working for a bit for the first time since 2012. Well, take the much needed break. And I really hope you have fun. I think you and your wife will have an immense amount of fun. Game development is pretty awesome. You vile, evil piece of filth. That's not even all you tried to do. I know you spiked that potion with poison, and then for some reason provided me with a cure in the same... It's not the same potion, it would be... And for some reason provided me with a cure in a separate potion. You just love toying with people's lives that much? I hope. Why did he poison and cure at the same time? So there is a possibility that the player could provide poison in the initial potion and then provide a cure poison effect in the secondary potion. So I'm writing a little bit of custom dialogue just in case some player decides to go full psychopath route and toy with her life like that. I don't know if anybody will, but if they do, they will find some unique dialogue for it. They're still alive after the first poison, then you did a bad job. That's true. Potion did she ask for? She is asking for a potion of Fortify Stamina. But if you provide Fortify Stamina and poison, and then in one of the secondary potions provide a cure poison, because she takes these potions at the same time, you do end up poisoning her, and then she frantically searches around for the other potion you gave and cures herself. Fortify Stamina, aka Viagra. That's exactly it. I'm leaving now before you find some new way to ruin my life. We'll copy this up here. How does she know the second potion is a cure? She doesn't. She once she gets poisoned, she frantically starts drinking potions in order to try and cure it because she doesn't have anything else. And in the case that you don't provide the cure poison, she'll die, of course, right? But if you do provide a cure for the poison, one of the potions she drinks will cure her. I only wanted to put you in your place. Remind you of who's in charge. Just absolute psychopath reactions here. Taking the BG3 route of coding, only extremely ungrateful, obtuse NPCs. She's okay. She's nice, unless you choose not to be nice. If you want the really weird NPC that I think Well, I don't know what players will think of him. We do have a sewer goblin, slightly racist sewer goblin, who believes in a flat earth and wants to collect and sell spoons and doesn't know how to do proper math. Hey, Eugene, do you promote Pepsi? I mean, I wish that they provided me with a sponsorship, honestly. I would love a Pepsi sponsorship, but I don't think they're going to sponsor it. She should be thanking you for curing her poison. I mean, but you were the one who gave her a poison. Gotta drive into work? Yeah, take care, Remingso. And thank you again for the follow. And good luck. Good luck to you and your wife. I really hope that you make something really fun. And you'll learn a lot. I guarantee you will learn a lot at a very fast pace, especially you having all that experience with programming. When you get that dialogue option, your character should have a wife beater tank top on. Why am I allowing... You know, sometimes I question myself adding all these psychopath options. I feel like everyone I add just makes me go a little bit more psycho. Or I think it will give players the impression that I'm revealing some, like, deep, dark fantasy of myself. Did she pay you for these potions? She did, yeah. Yeah, she did. She paid you for a potion to fortify stamina, and you just were like, oh, also there's... I mean, you don't tell her this, but you just, like, slip some poison on that, too. Gotta give players their fantasies. I do, yeah. I think that's... I don't think I do it as well as I could, even. Realistically, I think there should be twice as many options as there sometimes are here. But again, it's one of those cases where, you know, like a game like Baldur's Gate 3, most of the dialogue options have to do with things that you say or have, like a trait or a perk or something. And our game is more about the actions that you choose to take. Which I think, you know, there are a lot of choices and branches with our game, but it all depends on your actions. It's a bit fucked up to give her the wrong potion that she asked for, but it was the free potion. I understand poisoning her. I mean, but that's the thing, like, maybe you do just want to ruin her life. That's your choice. Of course, if you do just give her the right potion, you know, you go through the normal potion responses. She's very happy, she gives you some rewards, and you go on with your day. But maybe you put Fear of Frenzy on her potion. Accidentally. Maybe you put some poison on there. And then a cure poison afterwards. Maybe you put Paralyze, Weakness, or Slow on the potion, and she gets robbed. Now, of course you won't do that, because you're a good person. All of you are very good people in chat. But maybe you're not. You promote diabetes, everything you drink Pepsi. It's Pepsi, you know, to be fair, it is Pepsi Max. There's no sugar in here. I don't have diabetes. But if I had diabetes and somebody paid me to promote it, I'd probably do it for the money. You kill someone, do you ever get alerted to this fact, or do you just assume because she never returns? That is the question, Ice Creek. I think that we need to find a way to, in line with the lore, provide information to the player of when somebody gets killed, but also there might be some cases where you just will not see that NPC return. So it's just the fact of, you know, when you kill somebody in any other fantasy game, you know they're dead because you kill them. But if you kill them as an alchemist, you know, on a potion that they're not going to take for, you know, potentially days or even longer, or for longer, then, you know, it's like, how do we communicate to that to the player? So there will be a lot of narrative organization required to do this, and we do have some ideas for telling the player in an immersive way. For instance, I think one of them would be a weekly magazine or newspaper that you get, and it reads like, oh, you know, knight found dead in local dungeon, potion bottle next to him, and it's like, oh, well, I suppose that's what happens when I don't make a very strong health potion. I know you used to pick the potion with poison and then for some reason provide me with a cure. Okay, so it's very similar, just different flavors. This one will be where you try to deny it. And I mean, maybe you did accidentally include one of these effects on there. It's like, maybe you didn't think that putting a, you know, a low tier weakness effect would have a negative consequence. Newspaper seems like the best option. Yeah, I think that it is a pretty good option. I have a whole list of... Oh, they're not here. Of some ideas we've collected from chat. Where is it? Video and ideas. Yeah, Alchemist Monthly newsletter magazine you can sign up to via an NPC. Provides funny stuff as well as practical knowledge and hints. Or like Dungeon X claims new victims. And I think that's a pretty decent idea. It could work. Potion of Contact Dead. Well, here's the thing. Contact the Dead would have to be an effect. And I'm not saying it can't, but any new effects we add to the game not only need to have an effect when the player drinks it, but also need to have an effect in the narrative. So we would have to write new potential outcomes for if you provided a potion to an NPC with that effect on there. So adding new effects is sometimes dangerous, right? It's the reason why we don't have like a luck effect. As great as it would be, why would you just not like drink luck all the time and provide luck to every NPC in the game that you want to help? Seems like it's, you know, too easy to win certain things. Is no player only potion effects allowed? No player only, but there might be some that are NPC only. So, for instance, you don't have magic, right? You're not a mage, you don't have any spells, you're an alchemist. That's all you know how to do. And same with, you know, you don't have a sword and shield or anything. Again, you're an alchemist. So, while there is the restore essence effect, which is like mana, it's not going to have any effect on you when you drink a potion that restores essence or removes essence, because it doesn't affect you in any way. So there might be some of those effects where they're primarily meant for other NPCs or for the narrative, but they don't have any effect on you. However, I don't want to do the other way around, where it's only for the player, but you can't... Because it's the same potions you make, right? We have one potion making system, and you can make potions and use them for anything. You can sell them, drink them, throw them at the environment for puzzles, or give them to NPCs for their commissions. So we don't really want to... I don't want to separate the usages here. Instead of potion's a cauldron, and when you add a certain ingredient, the spirit, someone you killed emerges from the cauldron without making a potion. I think that there is probably, yeah, I think something like that, or something where we have some like special thing in the game that maybe you can only use once a month or something, you know, once an in-game month to check on an NPC. There was an idea for an NPC that... Okay, I'll give you the rough breakdown of what I wanted to do with her. She'd be like this woman who would appear claiming she has like some problems in her head, and she's like speaking some weird things, and I don't remember, I think you can... God, what was it? Let's just say either way, I can't remember exactly what you were supposed to do with her, but she would have this like fungus that would slowly grow more and more in her head and out of her head, and she would just get like more and more crazy and start to like lose track of who she was and what was reality. And you would eventually find her in the forest nearby to your hut, being like consumed by one of the trees. And then you would be able to talk with her via the tree and learn that the tree had like saved her. Again, I don't remember exactly the specifics. I'd have to look at the document again because it's been months. But the tree saves her. You know, she like gives up her essence to the tree, and you can talk to her, and now she's in tune with nature, and you'd be able to get little bits of information or hints about some of the NPCs that you meet. So she'd be kind of like this oracle figure that you could talk to. And yeah, I thought that was a cool way of like blending in some in-game immersive hint system with the potions that you make. Again, I'd have to pull this back, but this is an NPC I'd really love to make. This wise tree, kind of like almost a real embodiment of Mother Nature herself. Does she have a twist to her? Like everything she says is sort of lies and twists? Because she was always crazy and just wasn't the fungus in the end. Well, I think that what I want her to be, and this could be achieved in many ways, would be an oracle figure. So because it is sometimes difficult to know how your potions might affect somebody or what somebody's true intentions are, I want there to be a figure that you can optionally go to, not required, to receive some assistance with the commissions of NPCs. It wouldn't be like game-breaking cheating or something. She wouldn't just tell you what to do, but she might give, small hints or just little pointers of, I sense this person you ask about has ulterior motives or something, or even something more subtle where there is a tinge of darkness in this heart. And that could mean anything. It might not mean that they're asking for the potion for the wrong reason. It could also just be that they're hiding something about their personal life that may make you not like them, right? Like maybe they killed somebody or something, right? And she doesn't really know for sure, but then you could probably use some of that to gain information from the player, or use it to blackmail, or use it to make better decisions, more informed decisions. That's the hope, at least. But she could speak in riddles too, or something. I'd have to find it. Let's see if I can. I'll just type in fungus. That didn't do it. Mushroom. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Oh my god, this was back from, January, March, April, May of last year. A very old woman with mushrooms growing on the side of her face. Kind woman, but sometimes pauses in her sentences for a brief moment, nothing completely unordinary. As she reappears, the mushrooms have visibly spread further and further, and her memory starts to suffer more. If you continue to help her, she will eventually stop showing up, and one day you will find her dying against a tree nearby your hut, her mind completely gone, muttering only a weird language. She dies in front of you. The next day she'll be alive again, with young roots growing around her, wrapping her body to the tree. Talking to her, she mentions how the tree had accepted the offering of her body that she made before her death. She still sometimes pauses during sentences, but the tree seems to have healed her, stabilized her. She will continue to live in the tree as the roots mature and pull her in further, but not completely. As a character she can be talked to in order to learn about the surrounding nature. She breathes through the tree's leaves and can sense the communication between the plants in the forest, and is an oracle of sorts to give you hints about upcoming weather, corruption, spread, or talk about characters. TLDR, she's sort of a mirror or three-eyed raven character, wise sage that immersively assists the player. Yeah, I forgot about the weather and corruption spread too. But she can tell you like, oh, I sense rain coming soon. What happens if you burn down the tree? I mean, you would have that option. You could throw a potion at the tree that could kill her or harm her, sure. I don't see why not. If you don't want the oracle in your game, you could just kill her. There will be no necessary unkillable NPCs in our game. Except maybe your parent figure or something, I don't know. But they only kind of appear once in a while. Yeah, if it's like, if you don't want that help, if you want to go hardcore mode, no help, no assistance, no oracle, go for it. Kill her. You allowed to kill children? I don't see why not. What exists in a child's body that allows them to not be killable? Nothing that I see. Would love to end my parents in a game. Will children come to seek potions? They might, yeah. Yeah, there might be kids that are under 18 or even younger. You can poison them if you want, I don't give a shit. You play this game the way you want to. If you want to go full psychopath, kill children, go for it. No children, just Papa and Mama. I mean, I don't know what's gonna... I don't know if Twitch would allow our game if you can... Like, you can kill the children, but, you know, you're not gonna be, like, witnessing it directly, right? I don't know what Twitch's rules on games like that are. I think I should count myself lucky for not being killed. I'm leaving. You can shoot kids in like GTA? I don't think there are kids in GTA. Doesn't understand. It's finally you give children potion, they die days later. I mean, yeah, I mean, sometimes you might just get a child killed accidentally, right? Like, you don't always know. I mean, I know that we talked about those like 3 sisters who had lost their parents in like a war, and the oldest sister prostitutes herself to make money for the younger 2 sisters. And you could get her killed. I mean, if you want, you can get her killed. Just give her some poison or something, right? Or give her a potion with an immolation effect. She'll drink it and set herself on fire. If you just don't like it, if you don't like kids or you don't want her doing that. I know how to save you. Dead. You do this stuff in Skyrim. You can only kill kids in Skyrim if you have a mod for it. Otherwise, they're completely unkillable. Okay, she's gonna leave either way. And kind of just lead up to here, actually. And then we'll just copy, place this here. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I suppose I'm just tired of games that tell you have choice, but you don't really have much choice. Especially after Dragon Age Veilguard. Tired of being a goddamn therapist to my companions sometimes. Yeah, if you don't look, if you don't want to play armchair therapist for weird people in this game, just kill them. Bye bye. Or you can just tell them to fuck off. You can just tell them, yeah, I don't want to give you a potion. No business for you. See ya. Remember which game I played? Felt like I was really making big choices, and I replayed it to see the other choices, and it was the same plot both times. There are a couple games like that. I think that, you know, Mass Effect is in some ways linear, but mostly in terms of like the main story. There you have quite a few options that impact side characters quite heavily, and regions. The Telltale games were pretty big for not having much meaningful choice after the first few titles. I think one of the games that surprised me recently with how many choices mattered was Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. That gave me really, really great old school RPG vibes. Like there's one of the characters in there, Arushale, and her romance guide is crazy because there are tons of different decisions or things that you might say to her that at any point could do not pick the evil option, do not pick the horny option, do not do this, make sure you do this. And, you know, of course, when you're actually playing the game, it feels very natural. But if you manage to get it, it feels also very rewarding because you then look back and realize how many potential areas that you might have messed up. And that's just with one character's romance. That isn't even to talk about how many different options with the main story you have available. She's a succubus, so, you know, of course. Gotta choose her, right? Actually, she is very well written. She's a succubus, but she doesn't want to be one anymore. She hates who she is. So that's why choosing all the horny options gets you in a lot of trouble. Like the anti-gamer, they take, okay, here's sexiest female ever in sexiest form ever. Also, no horny. That's right. The ultimate punishment for players. Stellar Blade. Yeah, I don't get people attacking game characters for being too sexualized either. Like, bro, just don't play the game. Here's the reality, whether or not your main character is a hot lady or a hot dude, most people in the world will want to play it. Depending on their preferences. That's it. People like hot characters. This game has an incredible number of choices, different ending, and it's free. What is this? Don't shit your pants. Holy shit, I remember this game. I remember this game. I 100% remember this game. And yeah, this game is good. This game is funny. What if I want to shit my pants? You just shit your pants then. Like you can literally just do it. But the goal is to not shit your pants. Okay, let me remember what I was doing up here before we have to lead into the main dialogue. Oh yeah, okay, Druid Sense, and this is Herd of Brant. That will be her now fiance. And then we do Brant here too. Okay. Okay. There was one effect on the that that I was saving mentioning. I was almost gonna say, but it was quite queer. Because technically queer just means that it was, you know, abnormal. And it was quite unexpected. I was able to see nearby plants. Glowing. Within a few minutes, I was able to spot a number of rare plants that I hadn't ever seen before. I added them to my stock. You add them to my stock, so feel free to take a look when trading with me. And then we'll run our new, or no, we don't even need to run that. We'll just be updating the merchant inventory either way to the new one. Hey, hunting for sport. I'm stuck in an ad break, but joining a random stream to only see this chat is quite hilarious. Well, let me know when you're done with ads. I hate ads. I just, for anybody who's wanting to know, by the way, I don't run any extra ads, but Twitch will play pre-roll ads, unfortunately, if you're not subbed or anything or have Twitch Prime. I wish I could turn those off too. I'd love to. Made it out the ad break. Yeah, sorry about the ads. It's, if I could turn off the ones that Twitch forces on you guys, I would. I hate ads. There's a cool trick with Opera GX, by the way, and I think that Opera and maybe Firefox can do this too. But if you're on Twitch, you'll see like the stream up here. You can actually pop out that stream into a separate video, which will then give you the volume control. So during ads, you can actually pop that one out, fix the audio, and then once the ads are done, you can close it back up. Very nice. But nice to meet you, Hunting for Sport. Hope you're doing well today. Pants shitting Russian. Wait, let me read this. Pants shitting Russian roulette. 6 people all aren't allowed to use the restroom. The first one to shit. Yeah, but you also have to force people to take a laxative. I think that would be the goal. You just sub if I watch enough of a channel to dodge the ads. Well, hopefully you like what we're doing, that we can eventually earn that sub one day. And if you don't sub, you're banned. Kidding. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. I have banned a total of 0 normal people on this chat. Only bots. So far. Okay, we could directly add rare ingredients to the merchant's inventory. Would be easier. I think I'll add it after. So first I'll decide which data table row we need to use based on the potion outcome. And then I will add those ingredients in afterwards. Or I actually can just do that check right now. So let me make those rows temporarily. Merchant 1 E2. And then we'll do base, good, and exceptional. Watching the stream on my phone without my glasses on is pretty funny because I just see boxes and lines with no context. So right now we're working on the branching dialogue for a merchant character. But rather than just be like a standard merchant who shows up and she can trade with you, you can provide her with a potion that she asks for. And depending on what you do with that potion, you know, maybe you give her exactly what she wants, maybe you go above and beyond, maybe you try to kill her, maybe you accidentally include an effect that, you know, gets her like robbed or something while on the road. You will have different consequences for that. So we have a lot of different choices and options of what the player's consequence might be depending on their actions they choose. How many customers do you think the final game will have? That's a good question. I think that depends on the scope of the budget, because I think that will be the most determining factor. But I'd like to have, I don't know, maybe 10 or so really complex characters. 21's kind of like the merchant, where you have 1 or 2 encounters, nothing too crazy. And then a few just like one-off encounters too. I don't know. What's it like working with UE5? More of the software dev side and definitely nowhere near game dev. Unreal Engine 5 is like multiple pieces of software combined into one. I mean, you have just some crazy editors in here that could take years to master, it feels like, or, you know, specialized knowledge in order to master. And so you can learn how to use the base toolkit of Unreal, making a world either 3D or 2D, placing some assets, making some systems. But then you will just still have systems like either, you know, animation editors or particle editors, things like that, where you could just be lacking the specialization or the knowledge of that editor to make proper use of it. Modeling is nice. Yeah, to be fair, these are all assets that we didn't make ourselves. But this is just a prototype, so we intend to completely replace all of the assets in the game with unique content once we get funded. So this build is primarily meant for publishers to look at and say, oh yeah, this is a cool game idea, we like your stylization, here's money, and then we get some awesome 3D artists on board to make things that are more unique and all fit together, because some of these things are from different asset packs that just don't really match styles properly. But we try our best to source everything from similar looking packs. If you kill too many customers, will law enforcement come to your house? They can. We can absolutely do that with our current system. We could have encounters that require you to kill a certain combination of NPCs in order to spawn those encounters. So, you know, the tool set is there. We just need a really good narrative designer or narrative designers and writers to make use of it. And that's all going to come down to time and money. The good thing is, writing is cheaper to get done. The biggest cost of that will be the localization and voice acting if we want to go that route. So if we can get, you know, good character models, it's a lot easier for us to take a good character model with interesting animations and extend that further with stories and encounters. But again, unless we want to go the voice acting route, because that will add a lot of budget very fast. Okay, we'll want to set... We first need to set which... Well, it will run in tandem, so I think that if I first run an event where we update the merchant's info, and then we add items to the merchant inventory, those should run in order. In respect to narrative and dialogue writers from a short fiction writer, Lirenstras, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to 36 awesome people.
Lirenstras raided my stream with 36 viewers.
True, so true. What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well, Liren. Can I write stories longer than 7 pages? Yeah, I can't write very well either. I'm just very slow at it. So I'm hoping that we can find some exceptional people to take this sort of work away from me. Because we just want to go full, you know, you have you have tons of options, you can do tons of things, you can, you know, jump into branching dialogue that can get pretty complicated pretty fast. Green Hornet, how you doing, man? Liren raid. What are you guys playing today? Published short fiction writer, but God help me, the second I'm supposed to write any dialogue. Yeah, it is very different. The moment I jumped into this, I thought I was like, oh, I think it'll be okay. I think we can write dialogue. Nope. Nope. Take it back. Unity, this is Unreal. How you doing, Solium? We're working with a, this is a special dialogue editor to make branching narrative dialogue. Like you can see here. Hi, Raiders. Dialogue's so hard because you have to figure out how the way people bend the rules and of how to be human. There's that, and you know, one of the examples I can show. Let me jump in game. Cheat some ingredients in. When you're making potions in our game, you can use any combination of ingredients. Look, it looks easier to script. It is very easy to script, yeah. You still have to know some of the logic of programming, but it is easier to jump into than just programming for some people, especially for me. So, you know, if you're trying to make like a potion that restores health and let's say some stamina too, you know, you might want to start looking for ingredients that handle both of those things. Okay, here's restore health, restore stamina 1. Let's try using that. Honey has restore health 2. Toadstool has stamina. So we can combine ingredients in any combination we want. Maybe we want to add some resist magic as well to that. Try this one. Some dried lavender. So, you know, the biggest question that I have that I want to have this game answer and approach is, okay, you can take your shopkeeping alchemy game. Those are fun, but they're also pretty shallow. And most customers, you either give them the potion that they want or you don't give them the potion that they want. It's binary. Yes or no. True or false. For me, I want to start asking the question, what happens when you purposefully provide a better potion than the NPC wanted? Or you give them a worse potion, or you purposefully sabotage them. You give them poison, telling them it's a health potion. How do all these different combinations of potential effects change the resulting, you know, consequence for that NPC? So this is a good potion, you know, if some NPCs in here asking for something that can boost their health and stamina for a little while. But what if I accidentally include Concussive Blast on there? You know, they essentially explode from the inside, right? So that's not a good thing. That might kill the NPC. Or maybe you have an assassin coming in looking for a poison, but they don't want any flavor that's too noticeable, right? They're planning to put it into somebody's food or drink or whatever. Well, you also then have to ask yourself, do I want to help this person? Maybe I just want to tell the assassin to go away. Maybe I'll give the assassin a health potion instead. and they end up getting caught. So it's all about choices and consequence here, and deciding what kind of alchemist do you want to be, and rather than a binary yes or no, true or false sort of result for the NPCs, I'd rather you just kind of read between the lines, talk to people. You are the specialist. You know, sometimes NPCs come in, they won't know exactly what they want. A good example we often give is NPC comes in talking about, hey, I'm going to the Cave of Lost Souls, and I don't really know what to expect in there, but, you know, give me a potion that'll boost my protection. But maybe you've read a book about the Cave of Lost Souls, and you learn that there's some necromancer lurking around in the depths there, and you say, you know what, I'm going to give you a potion of resist magic instead, since it seems like that's more along the lines of what you're going to be facing. Now maybe you save that NPC's life. Very cool concept, thank you. If y'all's final game ends up Mac compatible, we've got a customer here. Well, I hope that we can make it Mac compatible. I don't know what the technical requirements are to do that, but it's certainly something we'll look into. I think Unreal should make it pretty easy to do that, but we'll see. We'll see by the end. So yeah, when pitching the game, one of our pillars is just that micro-reactivity to the player's choices. Yuck, Mac. They're good pieces of hardware. I have liked using MacBooks. But a lot of the things that I do on computers, I need things other than a Mac computer for. Hardest part of being into indie games, especially in how few of them add Mac access, yeah, that is true. I hope we can provide what you need for it. Alright, update merchant info to merchant 1 E2 base. Let's set up the update merchant info first. Or no, I will also add the update adds items to merchant's inventory. So let me see what sort of ingredients we could add to the merchant's inventory that would be considered rare. Maybe something the player doesn't have normal access to. Something with really good effects. And they'd have to be plants. We could say something like the mystical thistles. Where are those? These are quite nice. This is Mac mainly because it's very convenient for software dev and file organization. They get good battery lives too. At least with the laptops. Or at least the ones that I used to use were very nice for that. Yeah, these are all fish. Those won't be part of it. Animal part mushrooms, sunstreak. Go with some rowan berries maybe. Hazelnuts. So in this case, what I'm doing right now is one of the effects that you can provide on potions is called Druid Sense, which normally you would want to probably drink that yourself sometimes because it highlights the ingredients nearby to you. But if you provide that to the merchant in this case, she'll mention that she, used that potion when she was walking, and she ended up seeing some ingredients, and she will now have a bit of an expanded ingredient stock with these ingredients because you provided that to her. And she never mentions this, by the way. She never mentions she wants it or could benefit from it. It's something that you just kind of will discover the moment you give it to her. You're deving your own game and you can't script for shit. I only did the maps, lore, art, and animation. Well, you know what? I would say that's okay. I think most people in game dev will not be able to do everything. I can't do everything. I am very bad at certain things. Anything art related, animations, particle effects. I have no talent for it whatsoever. So that's where I try to use asset packs to help augment that. You could learn that though. But you might be able to benefit from finding a programmer to work with or something. And or like designer, although designers aren't super needed on smaller indie projects. A small team can pretty much do a good games design on their own. Spoon's nuts. Drank it and ended up tripping balls. It would be nice if we had a couple of effects that just made people trip balls. It'd be pretty funny. Battery life on mine is fine until I run Discord in the background. Man, Discord used to be really, really good for battery life. They kept adding more shit to it. Beer goggles effect. That's exactly it. Technically, I would need to add 14, 20 IDs. Let me just do this instead. No, that won't work. This is poorly set up, but it will work. Okay, and then we can just copy both of these down. We'll change update merchant info to good and then exceptional. Because based on how well you made the potion, she will give you better prices, and might have different things in stock for it too. But generally, it'll just be mainly better prices. So by default, she usually buys things at 50% of the value and sells them for 50% more. Base will be the exact same. Good will be a slightly better, let's say 0. 0.6, maybe 0.65. And she'll sell at a markup of 35% instead of 50. And if you provide the best potion you can, fulfilling all of her desires and more, let's say 0.85, so 15% less than the value listed, and she sells at only a markup of 15%. Which is pretty good. That's pretty good. You'll be able to buy things for quite cheap from her. Okay, check for effect. Druid Sense was not provided. But the player has heard that she is going to get engaged, so she's going to say something. More good news as well, Alchemist. I'm on my journey back from the ice marches. And you know what that means. Know what, or we can say you met up with Brandt, with Sir Brandt. Did he propose? She's gonna be all giddy and happy. She's gonna get married. We're engaged, we should say. He did. We're engaged. It's such an exceptional day. I couldn't wait to tell you. So this would be if you went down the optional path here of learning about her getting engaged. So Liam, thank you for the follow, man. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. It's cold and shit here. There's snow on the ground. But hopefully spring is around the corner. It's warm inside my office, at least. So you can go down this optional path to learn about her and this man she met, Sir Brandt. And you can learn that he's likely to propose to her next time they visit, and that's what she's going up to the ice marches for. So first one is she's stopping from between the Golden Waste, the desert, to your hut, going to the ice marches, and then the second encounter is when she's coming back from the ice marches. And that will be after she has met with Sir Brandt. I have to sneeze. Oh, I managed to mute it in time. Nice. Okay. Ooh. Thank God for the stream deck. We'll give the player the option to listen to the details or skip them. She'll just be a little upset that you didn't want to talk, you didn't want to hear her story of how they got engaged. But it's not going to change anything. It'll just be a way for you to skip it if you want. Does this have item hunting and or grow your own herbs? Yes. What do you mean by item hunting specifically, though? But you are able to grow your own seeds in different farming plots. So of course we're in the forest right now. There's full light because there's full light, so we can grow our own plants in here. There is also a little greenhouse expansion that you'll be able to get. And here it's a little bit different. You can grow anything regardless of biome except for things that grow underwater. Although light level is still, respected in this case. There is also there's 2 underwater plots that you can get. But again, you can't put those in the greenhouse. There is also fishing and trapping. And animals that play with beach balls. Well, you keep kicking it into the water, okay? You can't go in the water, so why don't you play with it this way? Okay, he got scared. So we do also we prototyped our fishing system, although it needs a little bit of love from the user experience side of things. Oh, here he comes. They all like the worms. There's some ingredients that they prefer and some that they universally will eat. When farming, you have a chance to... Let me turn this down. When farming, you have a chance to get a caterpillar when you harvest plants, and all of the fish will prefer the caterpillars. So that's more like active fishing. You also can get some like crustaceans and other things like that by trapping. I do not remember what they prefer when you're trapping. I think they will all eat carp. Well, I'll trap it and we'll see what happens. As you learn what ingredients can catch what, this will get expanded in fishing info. You can see that the violet worm is used to catch carp. You can also find loot underwater, such as potions and ingredients, or junk, gold. There's a couple of treasure chests I placed down here in the prototype level. The potions and ingredients will float in the water. So you gotta catch them a little bit. Ooh, a draft of protection. That's a nice one. And eventually, certain ingredient growth will be based on both time of year, so seasons, as well as weather. So some ingredients may only be harvestable during a storm, for instance, right? Or when the moon is full, right? Because we can grab things based on the phases of the moon. Poison of the strong man. You'll get really strong, but you will be dying. Interesting choice. What else do we have? Oh yeah, those underwater plots. Right now, there's only one underwater plant that you can grow. Although I'd like to add some more. Oop. Coming on. That is the reef seed. That'll grow over the course of 48 hours, and it prefers full light or partial light, so anytime during the day for the most part. Some weather conditions will set the light level to, partial light, like storms and whatnot, so something like this is, of course, we are still during the daytime, it is partial light. Oxygen for underwater, yes. I have not added that yet, though. But there is a water breathing effect, so when you can make potions of water breathing to Well, you know, self-explanatory in that case, right? Oxygen should be easy to add. I think I can do that in a few hours. How are our plants doing? Oh, they're starting to grow. Yeah, unfortunately the elder mist, the fungi here will probably only grow in partial darkness and light. Thankfully it is partial darkness because it is, you know, storming right now. Underwater cave leading to massive cave system. We do have a couple of underwater caves. I'll switch it to something a little bit less nasty. Now it is blocked by some vines. So you will have to destroy the vines to get in there. And we're going to use a potion with concussive blast effect on it to do so. So you can make potions, you can drink them, you can throw them at the environment to cause effects. You can throw them at enemies. You can sell them to merchants, or you can give them to NPCs. In this case, we will throw the potion, destroy the vines, and head into our little cave system I made here. And there's different types of ingredients down here too. And creatures. There's ores, there's crystals. There's some barrels you can destroy to get fungi. And I think there's some plots down here too where you can grow some fungi, because, you know, the cave is always dark. Oh, that's weird. Weird shadows that's casting. So thankfully you can always grow those fungi down here. Emerald ore. Totally not ore from Minecraft, by the way. Definitely not the case. It might be the case. It's just placeholder textures and icons. Because I'm not an artist. We'd have to get those made. Very silent. Birds aren't out today. Too cold. We can switch that back though. Couple of memes too out here. We have the altar of Kek, for instance. Praise our glorious leader. Daily prayers. All hail. Of course, Easter eggs must be included. Yeah, I love adding Easter eggs. I don't know if I can get away with that one from a copyright perspective, but we'll see. Dirty water. Gross. Ooh, 37 gold though. That's pretty good. So yeah, we have one full NPC right now, and we have our merchant, of course. This is Spoon, one of our main characters. He's a sewer goblin who believes in the flat earth. He's quite an interesting character. A little bit racist. But you know, it comes with the sewer goblins. And he's got a ton of lore and branching dialogue with him. Better than Shovel. Actually, he hates, so his name is Spoon. He hates forks. He also hates sporks. He will rant on about sporks. Like anything you're afraid of. Yeah, forks. Like the eating utensil? Yeah, they scare the shit out of me. So what happens when you eat something and have it get picked up? I use a spoon. What about cutting food? I use a spoon. So you use a spoon for everything. Yeah, my dad taught me how. He loves spoons. I won't go into his dad's info right now. Weird bugger he was. He was a weird bugger. Why do forks scare you? Brother stabbed me in the stomach with a fork when we were young. Wound got infected, of course, because that fork was pulled right out of the main river. Main river? The sewage river. What else is going to run through the sewers? So why did your brother stab you? There was this particularly good-looking piece of half-eaten sausage floating by us. We both wanted it, and I got to it first. So he stabbed you for grabbing a piece of sausage? Yeah, fuck him. So, how do you feel about sporks? You mean those sick abominations of a utensil? Those unholy children between beloved spoons and fucking forks? What kind of idiotic individual designed such a stupid tool? I want to find that person and torture them slowly. Make them rue the day they thought that a fucking spork would solve the world's problems when spoons already existed to do everything. Do you seriously want to kill the person that made sporks? Yeah, I'm not joking. I'll pull out all of his teeth, make him swallow them, watch as he shits them out, and then make him eat them again. Did I forget an exclamation point? Yeah, I'll go check that. I do a lot of typos when I write this stuff on stream. I mean, that's a bit of a harsh response, but you do you, Spoon. As long as you don't actively oppose me about sporks, we'll be fine with this business arrangement. Fuck sporks. So he's quite a character. Let me go check his lore loop. Where did you notice that missing exclamation point? Where is it? Crazy. That's not the right one. Fears. Fears. Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, you're right. That should be an exclamation point. Thank you for that one. I wanted to avoid talking about his dad because his dad's lore is this entire thing here. A whole lot of lore about his dad and why he loves spoons so much. It's important lore. But you guys can experience that yourself in the prototype demo, which is available on our Discord for anyone curious. Check merchant book inventory. Move that to story. I need more relaxing music, please. There we go. Heroes Might and Magic music. That's better. Okay. Yeah, this Spoon's story has like 3 different encounters too that you can go down. The first encounter, you can have 4 different options of encounters that go to that. And then there will be 3A, 3B, and then optionally there's 4, 5, and 6 encounter. And tons of different little micro decisions and reactions within that. He can end up dead, he can end up caught and put in jail, he can end up alive, he can end up in an adventuring party, I think I mentioned that, he can end up married, opening a pawn shop that sells spoons. He has a massive rant about commemorative spoons, which is a not so subtle allegory to loot boxes. He has a rant that would earn him the new CEO position at EA. The moment you mention that he can sell spoons that he might be able to benefit from by making them like rare and collectible. Ooh boy, shouldn't mention that. Sounds like an achievement. He goes on. Where did I put that? I think it was Dialogue Thief 5? No, it wasn't here. 6? Wasn't here. 4. It wasn't here. 3A and 3B probably, it's where it is. Yeah, here it is, the commemorative spoon monologue. I'll read it out for you. Have you thought about selling commemorative spoons? You know, the ones that collectors love with little pictures of locations? Human, I think this commemorative spoon idea might be the best thing I've ever thought of. He just immediately takes credit for it, even besting my idea to make a boat of turds. But that's another story. If other people love collecting spoons as much as me, maybe I can find a way to give them exactly what they wanted all along. And what's that? And what's that, you might ask? A sense of pride and accomplishment. That's what. I could sell spoons, sure, but I could turn buying spoons into something more. A game, a lifestyle, a chance to be special. Every few months I'll release a new set of spoons that can only be purchased in that month. I'll make a premium spoon currency that you need to buy with gold in order to buy these spoons. Maybe it'll be 1,000 spoon currency for one piece of gold. That way it'll feel like you're gaining a lot for a little. I'm not really sure. Pink spoons for the women, of course, or gold spoons so that you can show off how much money you spend on spoons. We can make the spoons slightly larger over time so that individuals who buy newer spoons are more efficient at scooping things up than people who don't buy the newest ones. That'll create jealousy. Spoon, don't you think that maybe we can even put the spoons in boxes so you can't see them, and when you buy the box to see which spoons you get? We can number the spoons, or tell people that some are more rare than others. Friends and family will argue about who has more rare spoons, and maybe they'll even spend all their hard-earned gold at my store to buy spoons. It's perfect. Perhaps I could even sell parts to make your own spoons. Shove a handle into a head, change it out if you don't like the color or material. Once people are addicted to buying my commemorative spoons, I'll start selling retro sets of spoons that are actually just normal spoons. I can even put a little sign next to it showing a sale, and on the sign it'll say something like 800% value. Spoon, we can run sales even beyond that. Maybe if you buy 2 spoons at twice the normal value, we'll throw in 2 more spoons for free. Or human, what about this? We'll do a stamp system, with a spoon-shaped stamp of course, where if you buy more than 1.5 spoons in a single purchase, we'll give you a stamp. Then after enough stamps, we'll throw in a spoon for free. A unique spoon that can only be obtained from the stamp system, of course. We could even encourage individuals to come in and buy at least 1 spoon every day, and if they do that, we'll throw a unique spoon in at the end of the week. Spoons. Now you may be wondering, where is Spoon going to get all these spoons? Well, I have the perfect idea. All the sewer goblin children back at home, they don't do shit during the day. I could have them smelting spoons down there in the sewers. We do that sometimes for weaponry. The fumes make us a bit lightheaded and we sometimes faint, but I'm sure it's nothing. The kids can handle it. That's his spoon monologue, his commemorative spoon monologue. You essentially just start him on the warpath of creating the most ridiculous things ever. Yeah, he's a character. He's probably the best example of the not super serious characters we want to have. But we also want to explore some more sensitive topics in some characters too. No topics are out of bounds for us. We might offend people, and I hope that we do offend some people. I think that this game should provoke you into thinking whether or not you should help somebody that you disagree with on like a moral or ethical level, or if you want to put all that to the side and just do your job. And there's no right or wrong answer to that. But sometimes you may be faced with having to choose between, you know, two of lesser evils. I think that's really where it's going to become, those choices become memorable, right? Spoon, though, is just silly. He's a silly character. Spoon, gotcha. That's exactly what it is. 3 a.m. for you. Gotta head to bed. No worries. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for the follow, Solim. Solim. You tell me how to pronounce it. Solim. Maybe that's how it is. Yeah, this will be perfect. Okay, player has started about brands. I might be able to lead into some of these dialogues. Let's see here. We'll write a bit about her engagement first. I met up with Sir Brant again. Or maybe I'll just call him husband soon. Ayo. He proposed? And we can kind of lead into this. It's just different flavor, right? We'll do a, you know, I'd love to hear every word and a tell me, but only the quick info. I'd love to hear all the details. Let her gush about getting engaged, right? I'm super happy for you. Let's do some trading. Just like a subtle, like, hey, okay. Great for you. She's just like, oh, of course. Trading. We'll just do a quick, like, continue. I have to do it this way. And then this will jump to this dialogue note up here. Okay. All the details. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll write up the details of her getting engaged. I don't want to get too crazy detailed about it, but we'll just write up a nice little story of how it went down. I think that'll be a nice little reward and interaction. Okay, give me 1 sec. Snazzy72, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was away. In the bathroom. Trying to sneak that follow in there, huh? Also, you caught a big mama pickle. Wow. Hope that really is a pickle and not something else. Okay, let's see. Let's think of how this proposal went down. I think Sir Brandt, he's very correct. You know what? I bet he did this in front of his friends. That's what I'm gonna say. Sir Brandt got his friends together to help with his courage. He grabbed Lily and said, "You know what? I'm doing this right here, right in the inn," and then maybe he buys around for the entire tavern. What was the inn called, though? I completely forgot. Frostleaf Inn. Well, we met up at Frostleaf Inn. Like usual. Everything was normal. But he clearly looked nervous. After introductions, his friends entered. And stood behind him. That's when he got up from the bench, down on one knee, and made the proposal. We'll give the player just some light flavor dialogue to go into here. Since she likes to talk about it. Must have had his friends there for support. I think so too. And they're very nice men as well. Had he been someone that surrounds himself with scoundrel, I'd have said no to his proposition. That's technically the right way to phrase it, like his proposition. You know, would you say I'd have said no to his proposal, or I'd have said no to his proposition? Maybe both work. Maybe proposal would just be better to use here. They might technically be different things in this case, although I'm unsure. Go on, and then we can say, so what happened next? Okay. I said yes, of course. No hesitation. There was a visible... What's the right word to use here? There's like, maybe it's just there was visible relief on his face. The silly man. As if I'd ever say no to him. He proceeded to buy the entire inn around. Let's say 2 rounds. He had been saving up. Proceeded to buy the entire inn, 2 rounds of drinks. Or maybe it was 3. Might have had a bit too much at that point. That sounds absolutely lovely. Or we can just have you say that sounds horrendous. I don't think I'd want to be proposed to in front of so many. I'm glad it worked out for you. He's the most charming, sometimes pig-headed man I've ever met. I think he'll make a great husband. Is pig-headed one word or is it hyphenated? Pig-headed. It is hyphenated. Adjective is pig-headed without a hyphen. Okay. No hyphen then in this case. Let's see here. You know, the question is, why isn't she with him now? I think I just want to say, like, he needs to finish up things with the Tides Guard in, what is it called? From Ice Watch. So he's not relieved of service yet. Or we could say that she's going to make her rounds and, you know, do one final trip to... Yeah, maybe that's what she'll do. She's gonna make one final trip to the Black City before I'm going up to the Ice Marches. And she'll live with him up there, I think is what we'll do. It'd be cool if that was the case, that her like inventory changed, so she sold goods that were more commonly found in the ice marches, as opposed to before this happens, where she has a good mix of items from the Akarashi tribes all the way up to the ice marches. I don't know. It could be done. We just haven't really set up any sort of data like that yet. We only have 3 junk items in the game. Why is he not with you now? Well, each person has their preferences. Okay, we're almost near the end of the talk about this. Fortunately, he can't get away from his duties with the Tides Watch. So I'll be making one last trip to the Black City for a little while, and then living up north in the Ice Watch, or in Ice Watch. Maybe they'll live in Frozen Fallow. Frozen Fallow was a little village near to Ice Watch in the ice marches. Look at you, worked so focused when no one is talking. You're absolutely right, actually. I'm actually kind of glad people aren't going into like crazy stuff about inauguration yesterday. I was a little worried everybody would want to talk about it today, because it was just crazy. Just everything that was happening. There was like a lot of news, a lot of updates, some funny moments that happened. So, okay, that moment, I will say, I think is a beautiful example of a social Rorschach test. I think when you see that clip, you will see exactly what you want to see. You mean what? Oh, just Trump getting inaugurated as president and everything that happened around that. And the clip that Andreas is talking about. I wanted to make a meme. You guys remember when the Hawk Tua coin was coming out? And CoffeeZilla was on that X space with Haley Welch and the people running it. And at some point, Haley was like, well, anywho, I gotta go to bed now. See you guys. and then she just disappears for like a month, right? I wanted to remake that, but using like a Joe Biden AI voice thing and have him being the one saying, anywho, gotta go to bed now. See you guys. Saw some clips. Yeah, it was crazy. I was just catching up with it because it was long. It was so long. It was a little bit too long. Carrie Underwood came out at one point. I was like, oh shit, I didn't expect her. She had some lip fillers. They don't look very good. But they couldn't get the music playing for her, and she hit it out of the park a cappella, so that was pretty impressive. There aren't a lot of like just naturally good singers who can sing a cappella like that. But she nailed it. Yeah, I don't know. It was a crazy day. We'll see what happens. Doesn't really change anything about me right now, though. We're just making our game, continuing to live. And wish the two of you the best. I do want to have her at some point saying something about how well the potion went. Maybe I should have done that first. I think I should have. Let me do that. I kind of did things out of order. Because I'll have to set her inventory at some point. The thing is, I don't want to do it here at the end of this because I want to be able to lead this into the talk about Brant, if you know about that. So I can't have a repetition of inventories. So we'll do this. Does she promise that if you bring the potion, she'll give you a discount, or what does she even say? She doesn't promise it. It's more something that the player kind of just offers to do, and she will reward you for that here in the second one if you provide it. think though I never made the fallback encounter where if you don't provide the potion. I don't know, I gotta look into it. Okay. Conditions. Potion score. Oh, I never did the potion score conditions up here either. Oopsies. Okay, base good, exceptional. Looks good. Base good, exceptional. So we'll just leave this note empty for the player not having heard of Brant. And I think I'll do the same thing here too. Where we will update the inventories here. And then this can all lead back into it. Okay. Base. Good. And exceptional. Why don't I handle the bad and terrible? Let me double check this. I only have a score threshold for terrible. Does anybody remember what I said yesterday about handling the potion if it was considered bad? I don't remember. I don't remember if I did say anything about it. thought it was that she just might come back, say what, and leave. And double check the spawning conditions of other encounters. Not really. What do I think? I mean, it would be really easy for me just to make a encounter where she comes back and says, your potion was shit. I could handle it in the second encounter, although it would add a bit more complexity. I just don't know if I want her. If you... Because you would have had to provide the fortify... In order to get a bad outcome, you would have had to provide the fortify stamina potion with some negative effects that don't have their own outcomes. Which is possible. It is possible. So maybe I'll do a separate encounter. Theoretically, though I could handle it in this second encounter. I'd have to put it... somewhere in between here. Shit, I kind of didn't think about that. You know what? It'll just be easier to put this in a different encounter. Okay, so we'll just worry about base good and exceptional for now. Conditions, base good, exceptional. Let's put events on here too. Such as these ones. But we don't want to add any items to the merchant's inventory. We just want to set her merchant table. Oop, that's not the right one. There we go. A base, good, and exception. It's not the best way to handle it with these merchant data table rows, but they do function, and we only need one merchant in the prototype anyway, so Now we know. Because I don't like tying like all the balance to that data table row as well. Though we could always override it, so having some sort of base information is probably also not the worst choice. I just feel like there's a better way to do it. Thank you for making such exceptional potions for me. You've proven your abilities and then some. Is it possible to reach the good outcome only providing the main potion? I don't think so. I can double check though. Providing the base potion will provide 35. It should be possible. Highly unlikely though. Thank you. I'll just say thank you for providing me with what I asked for. Got exceptional abilities, Alchemist. With making those potions. Happy I could be of assistance. Then we jump into that. Now in the case of getting the extra druid sense boost, we can do that. And I think instead of just, let me see here. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, but I don't want to keep you any longer. Sure, you have plenty to attend to. So let's get down to business. And this will connect to the same one. I could just immediately jump. You have plenty to attend to, so I won't waste your time. Shall we get down to business? And we'll do the same thing here too. Move this back just a little bit. Yeah, because this assumes the player has interred Brant. We'll kind of just do... Happy I could be of assistance. Jump up to here, shape plenty of attend to, so I won't waste your time, so I get down to business. And then we'll just do a general continue. Oop. There we go. I think that's good. Those will jump up to this node. Otherwise, I need to do 2 fall back. We either need to have greeted merchant 1 in E2 already. And do another conditional here for saved choice. Merchant 1, Fear Frenzy, false. Or the player did provide Fear Frenzy. Because in this case, she still talks to you, but she's, you know, very short-tempered. And certain parts of her dialogue might be, you know, absent or impossible to get to. So these will jump over to this one if she's happy and fine. And this one if she is not happy or fine. She says, what? What do you want? That's not what I wanted. Okay, we need to make sure that we set that the player has greeted the merchant anytime we jump to those nodes. So let's do those two. That would be here. We'll need to make sure we add the Sunlight book to the inventory too. Okay, saves choice. Merchant 1 greeted E2. Do it here as well, not that. Here. She leaves here, so those aren't relevant. Leaves. Beautiful. Okay, now the cases of it moving forward, I might do the double split. And this will be regarding the Sunblight. Basically, you can talk to her and she promises to bring a book about the Sunblight. And in this case, she'll bring the book. But we need to actually add it to her inventory. We need to make sure, too, that we save that she did bring the book. A lot of info here. Okay. Merchant one will bring Sunlight Light book, true. Otherwise false. In the case that she does bring it, save that Merchant 1 brought the Sunlight book. Okay, good, we do that up here too. Alright, that looks good. Okay, sorry, I'm really focusing. I have to make sure I get these correct, otherwise there'll be bugs. Things won't save and update as they need to. I'm locked in. Looks good. Okay, continue. And last but not least, this one. Oh, don't zoom out. Okay. I think all of her preliminary text is complete. I really hope it's complete. That was a lot of work. Oh man. I hate this so much. I love the outcome of doing all this work, but I hate just how challenging it is, you know? You now feel more like a book writer than a game dev. I do kind of feel that way. It kind of gives me the same feeling as one place I worked where I had to write so much documentation, game design documentation, for two primary reasons. We had a weird mix of programmers. Half of them were like tech focused and the other half were game dev focused. The tech focused guys didn't want or care about being creative, and they also didn't know too much about games. So they required super explicit documentation about how to make things. Like, they were software devs, right? Whereas with like, if I gave like a gameplay gameplay programmer and somebody who knows games, just light documentation, they could probably get things accomplished. Not for these other guys. And on top of that, a lot of them were junior too, so they required very explicit instructions on how to do things, both from the designers and from the programmers. Not a big fan of that, but it is what it is. And then the publisher really liked getting information in long-winded documentation form. So I had to spend a lot of my time designing that game, writing up really extensive documentation for it, like really long documents. And it's kind of fine, I don't mind it, but I also don't, it's not my preference. And it gets really boring really fast. You can get tunnel vision, you can get it saps you creatively. It kind of feels like that. I mean, this at least has a tangible effect on the game directly. I'm writing like the dialogue that you can experience the moment it's written. But it's also one of those things that just saps you creatively. Like, the more you do it for me, I need like a break. I need to rebuild my desire to come back in here, so yeah, it's not my forte. It's not my forte, and it's not something that I particularly enjoy doing long term. So finding someone to replace me doing this will be a weight off my shoulders that I will gladly take off. Yeah, I think this will work. Robbed. I don't know, I'm just trying to double check for any potential errors here. But I think we're okay. And then here's where we actually have to write her normal spoken things. Like, this is all just handled in the introduction. When you meet her again, she comes in, says some things. And then you actually have to get to like the trading and normal dialogue. Although I don't know how much she'll have to say, right? She didn't have much to say in her first encounter anyway. Especially if you take out everything regarding the potion. All of this. She basically just has trading her lore loop and ending the dialogue. That's it. They can see how much of a difference bare bones introduction and talking versus having actual replies and responses to potions. It's just like, it's 10 times the amount of work in nodes, and that's just in this node area, not even including the data that we have to write for it, such as all the responses. Okay, so shall we trade again? Yes. Let's trade. And I think I did a quick check. Actually, yeah, anything else? I'd like another look. That's everything. Shall I update from 5.4 to 5.5? Any coolsies changes in Unreal? Yes. What I know for sure is mega lights in 5.5. So if you have a lot of lights in your scene, incredibly better performance. And skeletal mesh nanite is in beta. So if you have a lot of like NPCs, skeletal meshes now have nanite support. There's probably tons of other things too. Animation sequencer, that's pretty big for people who like to do their anims. Animation deformers. I have seen people use those, those are pretty cool. Meta-human animator, this does look interesting. And yeah, I think that they now pull from just audio performances, so similar to what was part of NVIDIA Live Link. If I am not mistaken, I think that this is a Live Link replacer. Could be wrong. Lumen improvements. Substrate in beta. Cool. Nice features for that. Mobile improvements. Shared derived data cache, which is actually pretty nice for larger companies. Because holy shit, does having working with the DDC is so annoying. So having being able to host a DDC is awesome. Absolutely awesome. UE5 animating anything seems weird, not intuitive. I wouldn't know. I'd love to try it sometime, but we'll see. I could do 2 set rolling. Because technically she should be a lot more short with you if you provided Fear Frenzy, so I can do that too. Okay, 2 options. Think that's all for the moment. Of course, we will need 2 exit options based on I think that'll work. Okay, this is the true one, so this has to lead back to here. This one will jump back to here. Actually, let me check once more. Okay. only a little bit of a problem because I think that Open Merchant UI takes into account a row name. I think I'm going to... I'm going to overhaul that event so it uses whatever is already existing. Use existing data. Use existing merchant data. Okay, we'll do this check first. Should work. I think if that's set to true, I want it to display that we're wanting to use existing already set data. Opens a merchant window, do a select. False, otherwise use existing data. Okay, so this is for trading. We don't add the Sunblight book either. Hold on. Gotta grab one more thing. Okay, so the very first things that we do right here, if the player gets this far, so assuming that they've received a base, good, or exceptional potion score, is we set up their inventory row based on the merchant row here. Base, good, exceptional. We then based on whether or not the player provided Druid Sense, which would be here or one of these two. Either add some additional items to the merchant's inventory or not. We then do another check right at the end of any conversations where we would be jumping to the main conversation hubs. Double check if the merchant said she would bring a book, and if true, we add that to the inventory. It is worth nothing, so you can buy it for free. And then we say that she brought the book. And that should be good. Okay. Ooh. We'll need to get her lore loop in here. That lore loop will only be accessible to these top two, though. But she doesn't want to talk to you for any longer than she needs to. If you put Fear Frenzy on her potion. She will trade with you, though, right? I don't think we actually updated her inventory. Maybe this one. Okay. Okay. Where's her lore loop? I don't like how that's set up. That's fine. Let me just get this copied over. Can I ask something about you? What would you like to ask? We need to save location and dialogue. I'd like to ask something about you and your travels. I think that's all for now. So of course we need 2 separate responses here. One for if you provided frenzy or not. Okay, this will jump back to here. Or no, because, yeah, you can't get to this. Okay, never mind. Right, because you can't talk to her if you pissed her off, so it doesn't matter. It will only ever lead here. Okay, we need to toggle dialogue functionality, set close and bartering disabled. Lore loop entry. For now, I don't know if I'd like to have any other dialogue you can have with her here. Obviously, we need to end the encounter as well, so... I think that's everything for now. And also, I'll be right back. I'll be back in a minute. This just... ends dialogue, this one ends the encounter. You could make a little bit of final goodbye before she leaves. If you didn't piss her off. Would be nice to see how well this works, though, as it should be fully testable. Right now, though, she won't bring anything in her inventory. Unless you give her the druid sense. And we don't have the bad outcome set up yet. I'm tired today. I hope I'm not passing you guys yawns. Here's gloomy and gray, so it's just natural state. Yeah, it's pretty much the same here too. I think I will handle the terrible or the bad outcome here, and I can do that just by doing another condition for Well, let me think. Right now, robbed takes priority, but I handle the poison within that. I don't know. I mean, you could have gotten the negative outcomes, even if bad was preferred. I didn't write myself into a corner here, did I? I do want the unique effects to take priority. I mean, we can assume that if you put Fear of Frenzy, you probably didn't get a very good score anyway. But, we ignore that. She'll just leave if you provided poison and cure. She leaves if she gets robbed, so... Poison, weakness, paralyzed, slow just result in her leaving anyway, so we don't really need to account for that. For the potion score being bad. The only time we really need to is Fear and Frenzy. But she has an overriding... She has an overriding handle for that too. But I don't want to do it here because it's so bad that she probably doesn't want to gush about her getting engaged. She's probably not happy with you like usual. I can't do a separate encounter because then that would... I'd either have to copy everything over for her getting robbed or given Fear and Frenzy, or ignore it completely in favor of just writing a response for a bad potion. Realistically. Realistically, the only place that it matters is here. Where instead of this connection, instead of double clicking on a note on accident, I do a split. Conditions, potion score, E1 bad. Or not bad. If we're bad, we can come up and do some other shite. Otherwise... we can safely branch here. So she'll still trade with you, but she's not really going to be happy and tell you about things. She'll still give you the book if she promised it, but it's more gonna be like, look, those potions just didn't do it. Hey Yanis, how you doing, man? Didn't provide a very good the service you provided me was quite inadequate. I will give you the benefit of the doubt and assume it was just a mistake. But do note that I am not a pleased customer. You're chilling? We're chilling too. Writing some dialogue. Did I spell that right? Yes. Additions. Provided secondary potions. We can say, you know, I'm sorry my potions didn't up to your needs. I'll do better next time. Or in this case, secondary potions were not provided. And you'll say potion, because you can only provide one. Different flavor. There won't be a next time with me, but I'll still trade with you out of professional courtesy. Okay, here we need to set up the merchant data. Update merchant info. Merchant 1 E2 bad. We'll go from 0.5 and 1.5 to 0.3 and 2. So she'll charge double and she'll only pay at 30% of the value. That's good. Okay, updates merchant info to merchant 1 E2 bad. And we'll then do a quick little response. And then do the split based on whether or not she promised to bring that book or not. Apologize, it was not my intention to make bad potions. Let's just wipe the slate clean between us and move on. Okay. I need to grab all of these. Condition merchant won't bring sun by book true. Add one item to merchant inventory. Merchant one brought sun by book. Looks good. Bad potion. Jesus. She almost has more of a reaction to certain potions than Spoon does. Well, we can test it out. We can give it a quick run through. See what happens. I'll have to force her. Well, there's one thing I want to do before that too. And that's on her UI. I'd love to put a little merchant attitude sort of symbol and tooltip here. Just so that you can kind of clarify exactly why those numbers are the way they are. Hey, Tonic. How you doing, man? can throw it here. Let me get some icons for like different attitude. I need like a green happy icon. But then one that I can also have be... and like different versions of this. Like this one's nice. Really happy, happy, neutral, sad, angry. I mean, do you want to get some icons right now? I need these, but individual icons. We're gonna play square and circle. I need a representation of how the agent of how the NPC feels towards you, just as a visual indicator of prices. So I need like, shut up. Actually, I could use this. This'll work. I guess this'll work. This isn't a commercial product anyway. Put yourself in paint? Yeah, but that seems so much work that I'll just do this. I'm horrible with drawing, that's why I'm doing it this way. Now save WebMs. Well, I'm gonna be saving this as a PNG, so should be fine. I don't know how big I made that. I could do this. Can I keep ZIF data? What does that mean? How big is this? How can I see how big this is? You know, I'll just cut them out individually. Whatever. Or, you know what, let me cut out the white first. Play it safe. Then I can just grab each of these individually. in 2025. I mean, they can sue me. I'll just remove it. I don't think they're gonna sue me over some happy faces on a non-commercial product. Dude. Yeah, looks good. I mean, first they have to grab the raw images. They would have to unpack and find a way to reverse engineer the U asset in Unreal in order to use any sort of tracker. So I think I'm okay for a prototype with this. But I appreciate being careful. Talking about this with a friend? Oh yeah? The, let's say, merchant. Very happy. Happy. Neutral. Make your game with fab assets. If your game passes 100 profit, you don't have to pay for a bunch of new licenses. I think we talked about that yesterday. Apparently somebody had read, and this is just what somebody else said, but they will just ask you to buy the higher license. If that's the case. Like, that's about all they can do. They're not gonna, like, take any action against you. They will just ask you to buy them. So it's epic, I guess. I don't know. You think you were uncomfortable without blueprints? Yeah, I am uncomfortable without blueprints, yeah. I would say so. Definitely the case. That should work. Let's take this. Duplicate, move here. Attitude. I'm gonna switch this to a horizontal box though. How this tax works? This one? Like what they buy and sell it? Or do you mean something else? So what this will do is that when you sell to a merchant, they will buy it at a certain percentage of the listed value, and when you buy something from them, they will sell you at a certain percent of the listed value. So for base, the base merchant will buy things at 50% of their value and will sell things to you at 150% of their value. So 50% markup and loss for the player. I'm gonna make this bigger. I don't like the location of it, but we'll move it if we need to. Not a big deal. You do 300 times, it will create a big player market. Well, yeah, there are definitely ways we could break it, aren't there? I don't know if we'll do those ways, but they do exist. All right, let's get these pieces of art in. Merchant attitude. Here to buy from player than NPC and still make good bank. I think it'll be pretty easy to make some money in this. I don't want it to be too challenging to make money. We'll see about that though. Merchant attitude. We have 5 attitudes. We have I forgot what they were. Angry. Unhappy. Neutral. Happy. Very happy. General practice always put first enums at none. This is kind of just a placeholder enum. It will never ever be none. It would be an error if it were none. Hey TJ, how's it going? It's going good. It is going well. Be grammatically correct. At least this way, you know, by not putting the first one as none, then I'll know that the because otherwise it would be an error and it wouldn't show any sort of icon. So I'd rather just show an icon. The icon doesn't mean anything. Like even if I mess this up, it wouldn't mean anything. More important that we just. It's a representation that the merchant isn't happy with you, and that's why the prices are worse. Done with dialogues? We're not done with dialogues. But we're getting there. I think we're done with the second encounter. But we need to test it. First, I gotta reload this. To avoid the invalid structure errors that we were getting. I know I'm gonna hate where this attitude icon is located though. Creator mood is really cool. Can't did my inventory need an overhaul? I mean, I kind of handle the mood. I would like to quantify it, right? Where it would be nice if there was some way to have it just be a value between 0 to 100. Although I don't know if it's needed. You know, having it done through narrative means I think is probably better for our game, as opposed to like a more traditional RPG where you would want to quantify it. Here I kind of handle merchants liking you or not liking you just by changing the row in our narrative nodes. We'll see how this looks. I don't know. I can just hide the icon if I don't like it. I really think this location is stupid. It is stupid. How close is it? I could put it in the center. Ooh. Could do that. Then I'll fix the alignment. Then I can just say sells at, buys at, because I think I already give the, I don't know. we'll give that a shot. These can be deleted. This bye-bye. This bye-bye. Then we can keep that nice, sexy, hot, steamy, and wet. Uniformity. UI and vertical boxes are like Microsoft Word. Move one image, all things get switched places. Yeah. I know how to make the layouts I want. I don't know how to make the layouts pretty. Like if you ask me to make, if you show me a picture of the layout you want in widgets, I could do it. But if you ask me, okay, make layout but make it look pretty, you know, give it a good user experience, ain't no way. I have to match. I could match tattoo icon. Or on a local map or something. Team attitude. The fuck is that? What is team attitude? Friendly, neutral, hostile. Oh. Built-in attitude, okay. Find all sorts of weird things when poking around Unreal. Map that to a texture, 2D. Oh, that's right, we gotta do very happy first. Happy. I kind of hate working with maps, but it is what it is. What's the correct terminology for a map? It's not get, it's not, is it find? It's find, okay. Set brush from texture, insert. I'm gonna make a super lightweight Rust game, but in the future on another planet, like a game jam to hone my skills. A Rust-like game with multiplayer. One day you might try it. I would try it. I would try it. If you ever hear me or see me being like hesitant to try it, it's mainly due to like time constraint, where I would love to just sit and spend like a week playing everybody's games that they made. But I also have deadlines I have to meet this year for pitching to publishers, so. That's the only reason why I might be hesitant to be like, well, we'll see what we can do. It's never to do with not wanting to do it. Always just the time constraints. Okay, that should be good. Make sure go and set balance to the correct. Fear and Frenzy, she is angry. Base is neutral. Good is happy. Exceptional is very happy. Bad is unhappy. Okay, so that should update. And I also want to put a tooltip there too for that. Let me do that too. Your merchants sell all or have specific lists? They have specific lists that I can do a forced inventory for. And then I can do certain randomized pieces too. So if I want to do like a generated inventory, so I can do like random ingredient 15 and it'll add 15 random ingredients to the forced inventory. And then through narrative, I can also add and remove items as desired. So for instance, if you say, got anything secretive? And then I can just, you know, forcefully add something through narrative too. Feel free to glance, an opinion of it is what I ask from devs 90% of the time. Yeah, it's really hard to get people to play my game. Even that add 15 off another group, that's smart. Yeah, I wanted to... The thing is, I wanted like certain merchants to have certain forced inventories. Like maybe this is a merchant from, you know, a certain region of the world. So it should match that region. So I can forcefully say, okay, they normally trade, you know, I don't know, fur and silk. So that's what they have. Or they're like a weapons and armor trader. But then I can just do the generated inventory to say, okay, they're always going to have this, maybe this rare, epic, legendary item, right? Or like a quest item. But then just, I don't know, 15 other pieces of junk that don't matter. It's not very cleanly set up though, so I don't know, it works. We're only gonna have one merchant for the prototype. It's very neat, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I think the functionality I like the most is being able to add items from narrative. That's kind of fun too. And then as you buy and sell things too, it will update the merchant's inventory during that encounter, so you can buy things back. Not at a good price in some cases, but you will be able to buy back. So buyer beware, careful what you click. The merchant is very happy and will buy things. Is giving you good deals. Or let's say giving you exceptional deals. The merchant is happy. And it's giving you good deals. The merchant is neutral and giving you their base deals. The merchant is unhappy and is not giving you a good deal. Merchant is very angry, and you're lucky. You should be lucky they're trading with you at all. Okay. Very hard-coded, but it'll work. I want to create a widget. Well, I could. If I create a widget and I set its tooltip, it probably will send the old tooltip to the GC. In which case, it's probably fine. A tooltip text, what did I call it? T text or something? Yeah, get T text. Set text. The entirety of the merchant's inventory is just rigged together. Kind of a Frankenstein monster of a lot of different pieces. Set tooltip widget. Oh, don't I need to call a... Yeah, here's the function. Okay, a little bit of spaghetti. We can see how that works, but I think we have to kill Spoon first. I have her set up to not show up to the hut until you finish Spoon's first quest. Or encounter. Welcome to my convenience store. Whoa, he is standing really far up today. Oh, we was Spoon. Careful. Ah, the crackling fire. Oh, here she is. Merchant is neutral and giving you their base deals. Wonderful. See the randomly. Oh, I forgot to change it so that it's still generating like 100 potions for her. Whoa, there's one worth 58 and 50. Whoa, what the hell? Night Vision 2, Fortify 2, Cure Poison 1, Fortify Health 1, Restore Stamina 1, Restore Essence 2, Strength Boost 1. 79? Restore Essence 2, Fortify Essence 2, and Resist Magic 3. That's actually a really good potion. If you ever needed to like just buy a potion that would solve a like a magic person's a mage's quest line, that would definitely be the way to do it. That's a really good potion. It might be the best potion we've ever seen her bring, because these are all randomly generated. But note that they are randomly generated, but based on the we only generate the ingredients. So between 2 and 5 ingredients. Completely random, we mix them together. And then that potion is a legitimate potion. So the intention is that sometimes you might buy a potion in order to reverse engineer it, to discover some of the effects on the ingredients that were used to make it. So, these are very legitimate potions. If you mix together these ingredients, you would get the exact same potion. MSP, thank you so much for following. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Some random ingredients. And Bandande RP, thank you for the follow too. Thank you so much, guys. Very impressed with your work. Well, thank you so much. That's really nice of you to say. I'm not very artistic. I hope you can forgive that. That's my only sin, my biggest sin. That everything you see here was not made by... Well, okay. Some of the things were made by me. And it is only ever going to be things that have a single color. That's it. Artistically, that is. Race Keck. Our king. Our hero. Okay, these look good. Let's go back to her. Well, you know what? Let me fill these out. Fear and Frenzy, we'll just say that she has some random assortment of ingredients, potions, and seeds. We don't have random junk yet, but I can add that. So for now, just random ingredients. Let's say 15. $10 random potions and 10 random seeds. Not that. Everything else should be okay. So I'll copy the generated inventory. We'll put it in base good. Exceptional and bad. And we'll play through her first encounter and see what we get. And we'll try to do it normally and see if there's any bugs or anything we need to fix up. Only thing I'll cheat in is some ingredients. Oh, Blue Dick Boy's gonna come up first. Okay, well we can kill him too. I'll close the door on him though. He won't like that. Oh. Okay. Oh, I have no potions. Let me cheat some potions in too. Okay, so he might come back. We'll see. We do need to finish Spoon, so we'll just get Spoon killed. Who's next? Oh, it is Blue Dick Boy, okay. I still can't get this ball up on the roof. Who? Oh, that's his name is Blue Dick Boy. Physics-based sounds or an overlap? I just play a sound whenever the player hits it, or an animal. So it is technically physics-based. And I think I randomized the pitch or something. A little bit. It is a 3D sound too, so if you hear an animal hitting it, it will be locational based. And I want to try to get it up on the roof simply because I promised chat that I would make it so if you could get the ball up on the roof, a treasure chest would spawn. The problem is it is really hard to get this thing up on the roof. But I think the way to do it is either get really lucky with a strong hit or get it up on the balcony here. It's not easy though. Oh, the warrior showed up. Okay, well we can get him killed too. I don't think he should have been showing up though. No, there's an issue with our spawning. Okay. Bug find. Warrior spawned. Wait, 0. Check spawning logic. Or we can fix that. Okay, there's Spoon. Okay, Mr. Spoon, take this potion. Go kill yourself. Bye-bye. Nice knowing you. Come on. Oh, hold on. Oh. I have to get it in the air first. If I can keep it in the air, I can get it up on the... There we go. Okay. Get it up on the balcony. Come on. Okay. If I can get it up there, I think I can get it on the roof. Okay, now we need to take this seriously. Now we can talk to her. Hello there, this is a very nice house you have. Well, thank you. How can I assist you? I'm an alchemist. I'm a traveling merchant, and I saw the sign leading to your house in these woods. I wondered if you'd like to trade with me. I know some things that interest you, especially seeds and ingredients that may hold magical properties. I'm sure I can find something interesting in your stock. So, shall we trade? Yeah, what do you got? She has, oh, still 100... Okay, I need to fix that too. Merchant is still spawn. I was doing it for testing. Spawning 100 potions first encounter. She shouldn't have this many. Oh. Okay. Got some ingredients, some seeds. Nothing crazy. It is working though. That's everything for now. If you're a traveling merchant, perhaps my services may be of use. Potentially. What did you have in mind? Well, it's an awful lot of walking, isn't it? It certainly is. Well, if you had something that could help me walk longer before feeling tired. What can fortify your stamina, if that would help? That'd be perfect. As strong as possible, please. Any particular flavor you enjoy? Always had quite the sweet tooth, if I must admit. Okay. One sweet stamina fortification potion coming right up. Love your enthusiasm, and thank you for looking out for me. Can I ask something about you? You'd be interested in the story of a traveling merchant? Suppose we can chat. Of course. What would you like to ask? I'd like to ask something about you and your travels. Well, go ahead. Why does the go back... Why is it right in the middle? Ew. Hold on. Oh, you know why? It's because it takes the vertical position of these, so I need to move it. I literally just need to move it all the way down to here. It's really stupid, but that's how it works. It felt weird as hell. Yeah, it's when it reads these, it doesn't read them in the order that they've been connected in. It reads them in their vertical position on the graph. So as weird as it looks, I just have to move it all the way down there. Problem solved. What are some of the places you visited? Been to quite a few places, but mostly up north. I'm Akarashi from the Black City, so we often send up traders as far as the ice marches. Your abode just happens to be in the middle between the two, right on the edge of the Golden Wastes. Over the volume this a bit. You just said a lot of things I've never heard about. Oh, I suppose living so remotely does have its disadvantages in that regard. I'm no historian, but I always love talking about the places I've been to. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Who are the Akarashi? We're a nomadic tribe, living in the Golden Waste and surviving off of the desert. We often build temporary villages around oases until they dry up, and then move on to the next one. If you move your villages around so often, does that mean that you don't have any permanent cities? The oases dry up every few months under most conditions. However, if one formed there initially, they often form there again. We leave some structures there just to make setting up a quicker endeavor. We actually do have a permanent city though, the Black City. You'll have to ask me about that some other time. The river that once flowed near to the city before the sunblight has been dry ever since. We have to ferry the water from various oases on the back of tamed dune striders every day to meet the city's demands. What's the sunblight? Oh, I guess it really is hard to get information way out here. That's the reason your small part of the desert is a desert. Centuries ago, as the legends tell, the followers of Solina caused the sun to heat up and scorch most of Erythia, caused nearly a century of famine, drought, and suffering. It would take a very long time to explain, but I can bring a book next time I visit that details the events quite thoroughly if you'd like. Yeah, I'd love to read it. Happy to hear that. I won't charge you for it or anything, as it's quite a commonly available book. Thank you. Well, tell me about these tamed sand lizards you mentioned earlier. I need to change that to say dune striders. I keep forgetting to do that. I originally called them sand lizards, and I was like, I need a better name for this because it sounds stupid. Remember to fix up sand lizards to dune striders. Much better name. Tell me about these tamed dune striders you mentioned earlier. Dune striders are large lizards with thick, scaly hides that reflect the heat of the sun. They were one of the few creatures that managed to survive the sunblight relatively unscathed. They were always pretty peaceful, feeding on the small critters that exist in the desert. They're a bit slow but reliable. More importantly, they can carry an awful lot on their backs, travel long distances with ease. Sanded dials, I love that. We can easily travel for days. I fucking love that. I want to steal that now. We can easily travel for days, toting back a dozen barrels of water and 2 humans. And meanwhile, the lizard will only need to drink half a barrel for the entire journey. You also breed them? We do indeed. Every family is gifted a baby lizard upon marriage from the tribunal, as a symbol of renewal and responsibility. Often, families will have their children raise and take care of the lizards as a way to teach them responsibility and understand the usefulness of the lizards. We also breed them for food, as their meat is quite tasty and nutritious. When left to roam free, they'll generally manage to find food for themselves. They're excellent scavengers. Do you have any more questions about the places I visited? What is the Black City? Well, it used to be called the White City. There was an extensive vein of marble nearby whose mine enriched the city's coffers quite significantly. When the sun shined on the city, and especially the Ivory Keep, seat of the Second Erythian Empire, it was said to be so blinding that one may never see again if they stared at it for too long. Now, however, the sunblight reduced all of that marble and wood to little more than charred ruins. Black City. And you can note here that we don't need to ask what the sunblight is anymore because we already know. Otherwise, you would have an option here to say what is the sunblight and go along that earlier conversation. So the Erythian Empire used to be in charge of the city? Much of what they used to be was lost with time, I'm afraid. Certainly no text in the Keep's library survived, and those who carried the legacy and managed to survive the sunblight have been at rest for over a century. From what I know, however, they used to be a republic, and the nation's wealth was enough that few starved. These woods of mine seem to be an empire of their own. Nature is its own beast, as I'm sure you're an expert on by this point. But what are the ice marches? The lands to your north, untouched by the scorching of the sunblight, are the ice marches. I'm on my way there now, but got distracted by you living out here. I'm glad for that distraction though, as these travels can be awfully lonely. So the ice marches is a region. Are there any big cities there? I'm on my way to Frozenfallow, a small village on the outskirts of Icewatch, the capital of the current Third Erythian Empire. Will that book you plan to bring have any more information? Oh yes, it's quite a detailed retelling of events. Well, I look forward to it. That's all for now. Thank you for sharing. By the way, is being a traveling merchant safe? Definitely not. Once one town fades away beneath the horizon, the only thing you long for is seeing the next one appear in front of you. Everything from monsters to bandits traveling the roads aren't very safe for anyone. You ever been accosted by monsters or bandits? Oh yes, monsters and creatures are more than bandits, unfortunately. Bandits are usually easier to spot or hear, especially as I'm walking between towns instead of riding a loud carriage. I can just hide in the bushes or travel through the woods a bit if there are some around. So it's easier not to travel with a carriage. The benefit of being able to stay more silent, with the obvious drawback of being slower and unable to transport as many goods. I prefer to stay alive, and I'm quick and nimble enough to stay out of sight should something appear. What kind of monsters have you faced? Most of the scarier monsters are dealt with by local adventurers taking on guild contracts, but you'll still have to deal with the occasional goblin, rabid wolf, or giant spider. Running away and hiding up a tree is enough to make most things bored after a few hours. Wish I were a better fighter, but that isn't the hand I've been dealt. You have any weapons? Small dagger, enough to get out of a sticky situation or peel some fruit I come by. Usually I have to use it to stay hydrated in the desert. That is an entirely different form of danger. So there are adventurers guilds? Almost all larger cities have guilds where governing bodies and individuals can post jobs. Governing bodies usually take up the task of posting jobs to deal with monsters and creatures harassing their fiefs. Postings by individuals can vary, ranging from monster and creature hunting that the governance deemed unimportant, or simply tasks to help move heavy sacks or grain, should be sacks of grain, hold on. Gotta write that down. Sacks of grain, I'll know where it is, probably. Or barrels of alcohol. The latter jobs don't pay as much, but they're easy and safe. Sometimes that's more important. What made you want to become a traveling merchant? My dad was one too. That's how my parents met. He was from the Black City and my mom was from the Ice Marches. That's why I make my way between those two cities and carry on his legacy. You use the past tense to speak about your father. All those years of walking caught up with him, and his joints gave in. The Akarashi celebrate the passing of elders, though. Rather than be sad like other cultures, we fondly remember and appreciate all that individuals do to contribute to the tribe. Aren't you still a little sad, though? I'll always mourn the lack of his presence, but the ones we love are never lost to time as long as memories of them live on in those of us who still draw breath. Wisely said. Just having a voiceover with 11 AI would be amazing. Good lore. Thank you. I think we might do AI voices for Prototype, but I think I will try to voice them myself or with you know, other people. Even if the quality is a little bit worse, I think it will show to publishers that we are, you know, willing to put the time in to make it the way that it should be made. So hopefully the trade-off of it taking more time and effort will be seen as like an increase in dedication. That's my hope. So as I said, my parents met on the road and I like to walk in their footsteps. Makes me feel closer to them. Well, what about you? Would you like to meet someone along the road too? And it goes nowhere. I click it and nothing happens. It's broken. I don't know why. Let me see why. It shouldn't be. Condition stage completion dialogue merchant 1 E1 false rule. Unless the false rule for stage completion is not working, which it might be the case. I guess you can tell whether people put in effort and care. I mean, it's so easy to use certain parts of AI to speed up development, understandably. But at the same time, I try to consider how it looks from a publisher perspective, and I have used AI generated art for concept in pitching to publishers. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore. I know it can be useful. I know it can be quick and save time, but at the same time, I feel like they see a lot of pitches that use AI generated art, and I don't want to do that again. Which is partly why, you know, this is a prototype, but it looks so much. It's not gray boxed or anything, right? It is just all of, you know, the asset packs that I could source that look like they would fit together as a way to show publishers that, hey, you know, we're trying to go to a bit of an extra length to show you what the game should look like. For voice only, yeah, I think for voice only, it's better than using AI art for sure for concept, so I don't know, we'll see what happens and how much time I have before we need to have this done. Okay, what kind of potion were you looking for again? Strong stamina fortification potion. Oh, and please make it nice and sweet if possible. Okay, thank you for reminding me. I will be back. Does this dialogue plugin allow you to use things like formatting the text, hyperlinks images inside the text? I believe it is a rich text box. Yes. Yes, it is. So yes, I could. After working with voice actors, I'm going back to AI 200%. Okay, so I have worked with professional voice actors. It's really expensive. It is really, 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 really expensive, but the quality is pretty decent. I think I could get away with using amateur voice actors, and some people who have been very nice on this channel have offered to do voice acting for some of the characters. So I might take them up on the offer. We'll see. Let's make that stamina fortification potion. Fortify stamina. This one has 2. I cheated all the ingredients. This one's pretty good too. The reef seed. Also, ignore the fact that the snow kind of appears a little bit. Not anything I can do about that, unfortunately. I think AI for voice acting is very close to doing what is needed for most indie projects. Yeah, you're probably right there. Ego-wise, and no joke, 95% of the voice actors I hired did something extra, changing every line. Really? Just an old house that's leaky, yeah. I do think that AI voice acting looks less worse than AI art or concept art for publishers. Because they know how much it costs for both, and as expensive as a good piece of concept art is, it is still far less expensive than voicing even you know, a couple thousand words. Which, you know, a couple thousand is a lot, but let's say even 1,000 words. Well, it's less that it looks useless, it's more that, or, you know, that it looks useful, but it's more that it can, I'm assuming, and I think publishers, you know, they should say it themselves if they feel this way, but I think that they often will look at individuals using AI art and think of them as less professional or less dedicated to making their game than those who take the time to get them actually made. Now, not everybody has the luxury of getting properly made concept art. Understandably, it is expensive. But this is just my theory. Can we put Druid Sense on here too? We can. Maybe a hazelnut. Let's put Strength Boost on there too. That looks good. Stamina fortifying mixture of the strongman. I like it. I will make the potion of lightness too as a secondary. And try to throw on a strength boost there too. Strength boosting mixture of the cloud. Floating tonic of strength boosting. Go for it. Brewing beer, I see exactly. How you doing, True Number? Apparently, see generative AI as a helper to give you fast iteration. Yeah, it's really great for that. Still, you want an artist to paint over it. Yeah, because like you can't get the layers. It's hard to get exactly what you want. It's really great though. Just like, hey, artist, here's kind of what I'm thinking of. And then get the actual work done by them. Okay, give her this main potion and give her this secondary potion. And we'll see if she comes back. We'll see. I might not have set up her encounters correctly. Depth of field? There shouldn't be any depth of field in the game. I turned all depth of field off. In the UI? Where was there depth of field? Background UI was blurred? Where, here? On the pause? Or where was it? Maybe it's happening when it shouldn't be happening. Oh, when you were giving her the potions? I mean, it's just that one point. Okay, let's see what she says. Hello again, Alchemist. Thank you for the potion you gave me. It was fantastic. The potion did something quite nice that I was not expecting. Toting around all this equipment, not only to stay alive but also to sell, it's always been hard on my bones. Whatever you put on that potion was much appreciated, as I found my travels much easier and lighter. I appreciate whatever you added that did that. The potion's flavor was not as sweet as I had requested, unfortunately. Oh yeah, we forgot to make it sweet. Oopsies. But we did put some strength boost down there. I added a strength boosting effect, hoping it would help lighten the load a bit. Some of these trinkets really do take their toll after enough time. Perhaps I'll be able to afford a pack animal in the future. Did anything else I gave you assist with the journey? With your journey, I should say. This is in lore loop, I think. Yeah, it is just for that UI there because I have this UI on top of other UI, so I blur the background so that only what's there is on focus. I know it's not the greatest. Blur, motion blur, depth of field, chromatic aberration, thankfully are all turned off in my game by default and will be turned off by default. That looks like IDs, you should show them on the chat for the dev. Yeah, I should do that. I do show the encounter right here, but it would be nice if I showed some of these things as a debug. I could do that. Did anything else I gave you assist with the journey? Also, I don't like that this was available above strength boost. Why was that available? It should be at the bottom. Oh, because it's, yeah. It's gonna look really weird, but it actually just needs to be placed here. It reads these from vertical position to bottom, and that's how it places them down here in the chat box. So I have to put this down here in order for it to actually appear at the bottom. I know. I know what you're thinking. Hey, Sean. Darken my UI in the background. I mean, I could do that. It'd be a little bit of work, though. Did anything else I give you assist you with your journey? Oh, well, there were some effects. With the other potion you provided, I also had some positive outcomes. I felt much lighter on my feet after sipping the dram. It was quite a positive feeling. Your forethought is much appreciated. I also had a strength boosting effect added here since I didn't know if and when you drink this potion. So you can see clearly it knows that I also had a strength boosting effect on the primary potion too. So we can say this as well. I ended up drinking them in tandem, though I appreciate the thought nonetheless. Well, I'm happy to hear your journey went smoothly. There was one effect that I was saving mentioning, and it was quite unexpected. I was able to see nearby plants glowing, and within a few minutes I was able to spot a number of rare plants that I hadn't seen before. I added them to my stock, so feel free to take a look when trading with me. Well, I'm happy to hear the potion was useful for you. Again. I'm sure you have plenty to attend to, so I won't waste your time. Shall we get down to business? Yes. Yeah, because we weren't able to talk with her about Brand, so yeah, we don't know about her engagement. The game process is very differently motion blur induced by us moving or being in a world that moves around us as a picture. That is artificially blurred. Yeah, I don't like driving games. I agree where it makes sense. Other times, no. But you should do per object motion blur and not general motion blur. Very different. General motion blur, horrible. Per object motion blur can look really good when done in driving games. But I agree, depth of field, chromatic aberration, it's horrible. Your eyes will automatically perform depth of field. When you're looking at her face, you will automatically blur what's in the background here. Horrible. Goals for 2025. Good question. Here. We want to have our potion combat finished, with finished enemy AI, a dungeon, and effects for when you drink and throw potions. We'd like to have environmental puzzles, which thankfully were just designed and we'll probably work on those next. Corruptions, seasons, and ingredient reactions, as well as altars. 2 more fully written NPCs, although it takes me a long time to write NPCs. OpenCC roadmap. We need to do some work on alchemy itself. So the good thing is alchemy is very, not disjointed, but it is separated from the rest of the game. So we can overhaul alchemy and handle it quite well. Amikis, thank you so much for the raid with 27 people. How's
A
it going,
Mrs.
guys?
Raided my stream with 27 viewers.
Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Hello, how you doing, man? What were you working on today? Thank you so much for the raid. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Mad Chirpy, welcome, welcome. Looking really good. Thank you so much, Sean. Haven't been here in a while. Yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while. How are you doing? So the goal is then conference preparation done by ideally end of spring, although if some of these things aren't done by end of spring, which let's be honest, they likely won't be, some of these things will still need to be done, then we'll just continue throughout the end of the year and hopefully have all of this made by end of year. In which case, full publishing push, we're going to go to all the big dog publishers, show them what we have, what we want to do, how much it's going to cost, and if we get funded, we get funded. Did some game dev, nice, got a big win and then had to end at a loss. How are things here? Got a big win and had to end at a loss. What happened? Did you like have a big bug or something? Or something happened that you didn't expect? Also, tell me how the game's going. Working full-time now, but I had a new job interview today. What are you working full-time with? If you want to share, you don't have to share. Okay, so let's trade with her and see. She is very happy with us and giving us exceptional deals. And she should also have quite a few new ingredients. She does. Violet Frogdork, Rowan, Hazelnut, and Darkcap. Okay. Beautiful. Very good to see. And if we have a book with no string, okay, I gotta take a look at that ID. I think the ID might be invalid for that or something. Oh no, I know why that's like that. It's because we didn't give it any sort of string or icon yet. So no, that's fine. We just haven't put in the data yet. Oh, you have UEFN as a verse programmer. How's that going? We're getting paid well for it. There's a thing where I ended up editing data classes data from a script and overwriting it. Lesson that was learned. Do getters and setters, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Yes, indeed. 100%. We also, I also try to preach that because I also have made the mistake before. We have a giant function library that is primarily just get, update, get, check, get, update. Just a bunch of getters and setters. Get merchant seed from index. But if you spend your time making these, I think that it pays off. It just makes everything else so much faster and more modular. Can you sell her soul? I don't know. One funny thing that you can do with this NPC though is you can give her poison to kill her, but then in the second potion give her a cure for the poison. So she will drink the poison, panic, drink the cure, come back and be very, very angry with you that you just toyed with her life like that. So you have options. All you've done is coded for 10 months, hence why I haven't been in here as often. Well, hey, I'm happy you're getting paid. I'm happy it's going well. Really good to hear, man. Spending my day linking props to a tycoon system. So you're on the second monitor for today. Where I belong. Honestly, I belong in the third monitor, minimized and muted. Oh, you're working on a RuneScape Lite Wilderness Simulator. Best pitch so far. Holy shit. Well, I'm a big OSRS player, so I know what the wilderness is. So wait, a wilderness simulator. How does that work? Now I'm curious. Might do better than Brighter Shores. I was not a fan of Brighter Shores. Hey, look, I will go back to Brighter Shores to try it after a whole bunch of changes, but it was not very fun. It was so grindy too. What did the skill capes look like for Brighter Shores? I remember them looking just really horrendous. I mean, they're pretty busy looking is what they really look like. And then wasn't the the highest level, like 200 for these things. Nobody's gonna grind that much in that game. Still don't have one. Yeah, me neither. I don't know, it wasn't like the worst game idea, but it also just was... It was very unrewarding. And the amount of grind that they wanted me to do was really annoying. Alright, let's fix up some of these bugs. Sacks of grain in lore loop. She mentions that... Where? Here. Or simply tasks to help move heavy sacks or grain. Yeah, should say of grain. Imagine the gameplay loop where you do mainly PvP in wilderness. Well, I wouldn't, because I suck at PvP. That's why I bring my Wildy Sword for East Floor Spade and Clue, and that's what I bring in there. So you're farming gear to do better at wilderness without the MMO or most of the RPG elements. So is it against NPCs, or is it some, you know, is there any like peer-to-peer or server sort of thing? Need level 50 Alk to do one of the starting quests. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it was too... I think Andrew Gower was so focused on recreating the grind of RuneScape that he forgot that the grind isn't what people want and enjoy about RuneScape. It's that it leads to something, you know, really cool, like a great quest or new unlocks. Not fish, but purple instead of red. Both. You farm NPCs to farm food and basic gear, but you do PvP for raiding and the thrill of it. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Is it kind of like AFK-ish? So, you know, maybe you're making it for RuneScape players where they can play the game. You know, they can be grinding away at, like, I don't know, Motherlode Mine or something and playing your game on the side. Or the opposite, playing your game on the main monitor and AFKing OSRS on the side. Grind was a side task for quest for the meat. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this is fixed. Assist with your journey start of E2. Where is E2? Oh god, where was that? Assist with your journey? Oh no. I completely forgot where that was. It might have been with one of the choices. Where's strength boost? Did anything else I gave you assist with you journey? There we go. There's the issue. Missing an R. Gonna be lurking? Yeah, don't worry, True Nightmare. Thanks for chatting. Definitely trying to attract the RS players. I want to do a chill game that you can play with mouse only, but have that thrill of losing, winning everything. That's exactly the thrill that I don't like. That's why I stay out of the wildy unless I'm doing a clue. Or something that I can easily teleport out of, like, what's his name? Crazy Archaeologist. Gotta run, yeah, no worries. Thank you for sharing what your game's working on. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm gonna give you a follow back too, because I'd love to hear more about your game as a big OSRS player. And thinking about mobile too, dude, really cool. I love meeting other RuneScape fans. The ADHD addled brains that we are. Okay. Your journey went smoothly. It's kind of weird that you say, "I'm happy your journey went smoothly," and then you jump to, "I'm happy the potion was useful for you." That's okay. I just need to fix up the fact that this stage completion check I don't think is working correctly. Should be an easy fix though. Conditions, NC, stage complete. Wait. Like, I have a not node and a not variable, and then a select node based on that. So I need to, okay, check stage completion. In this case, the result would be false. But not was true. So we would return has been completed true. That's no sense. Why are we doing that? Where does the not variable come from? It comes from you selecting it on the node. Oh, this doesn't feel right at all. This looks wrong. Actually, just drag has been completed into return, but it's not that. We want to check if. No, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to check whether or not this. Okay, the issue is this, and it's gonna be really confusing to explain. The result of this would be false, and that's what we want to check, is whether or not the stage has not been completed. But because not is inversing the result that we would otherwise pass, which would be false, we are passing true, which is telling this to that this condition is met. Is not met. Wait. I know how I need to do it. Okay. The way that the not Boolean works in every other conditional is that it inverts the value of the conditional, right? That's why it says it's a false rule. So if we want stage completion to be to check if we haven't completed, we want to first check completion, and if it's true, return false. But if it's false, we want to continue to return false in order to check if completion is true or false. And if that didn't make any sense, I agree, because it didn't make any sense to me, but I know what I need to do as well. Wait. Yeah, if not is true, and it's equal to false. Wait. It's getting more confusing now. Wait, what do I want to happen? I can simplify this. If it's equal to false and not is equal to true, And I'll just do a branch because it'll just make this easier to think about, rather than worrying about select nodes. And we want to pass that it has passed the check. Otherwise, if not is equal to false, we want to return just the direct result. It's still confusing. Hey, Nixie. You know what? I'm going to forego using the not node that comes with it, because it's just making this a whole mess. A whole hot mess. And just use a new variable. B, check if not completed. I don't know why this is just stumping me. It's really funny. Keep it simple. It doesn't feel... It feels simple, but I don't know why it's hanging me up. We either check that a stage is complete, but we also want to check if a stage... We only want to go down this route if the stage is not complete. But I can't return false here, because false tells it that the conditional is not met. So if check if not completed is true and has been completed is equal to false, then we actually want to return true. Because return false tells narrative that this conditional was not met. We want to return, we're checking right now if the stage was not complete. So we don't want to return false if the stage was complete. We want to return false. We want to return true when the stage completion is returning false. But I can't return the not, because the not value is only relevant if the stage completion is false. Otherwise, we don't want to return the inverted value. So I can't just invert the value. But we don't always want the opposite. We're specifically checking that it is not complete. It's not exactly the invert that we're returning. There's a specific case where inverting it would result in the wrong output. You're confused. I know you're confused. I'm confused too. It's weird. So we're gonna do it this way instead. If check if not completed is true, and the stage completion result is false, we actually want to return true. Even though technically it's false. There's something something part of narrative. Yes, the not is part of narrative, and that is the confusing part. So I'll just use my own Boolean in this case. Although I will need to go back and check every case where we do check stage completion. I think you can make a bool look so complicated. Well, buckle in. Welcome to Microraptor Games, where we can with ease do complicated data manipulation, but when it comes to Booleans, that's where it gets complicated. Turning bools into rocket science, exactly. Create your own narrative, go for it. Here's the thing, it works in pretty much every other case. But because we're working with an existing Boolean, it's almost like we have to I don't know, it's weird. Because what this means is condition stage completion. We check if the stage is complete. true or false. But if we're checking if the stage is not complete, then false is true. But I can't just return the inverse. Now I'm questioning my own judgment on that. Why is it a stage rather than a condition of something? The stage are specifically the stages of encounters. Hold on, I need to think about this though. I'm not gonna look at chat for like 2 seconds. Why can't we use the not? Why can't we? What am I thinking? Well, that's what we had before. Hold on. Let me go back to the way it was. Sorry, no, don't worry. It's not you guys. It's that I'm questioning. I need to go back and check why this wasn't working. My mind is toasted today with a side of bacon. Check if stage completion false rule. Has been completed would return false. But not was true, which would take the inverse, which would return true. But that should be what it does. So why wasn't this playing? Wait a second. Okay, let me test this again. Let me force her to visit. I'm losing my mind here. Oh wait, she still won't appear. I need to delete one other thing. Because she checks if Thief 1 is complete. Now she'll appear. Hello, ma'am. Come talk with me. Tell me why things aren't working the way that I want them to work. Okay, can I ask something about you? I think we need to go through... Yeah, we need to know about the Ice Marches, Black City, and the Sunblight first, so... Black City, Ice Marches... Skyrim commands seem easier now. I mean, they're heavily scripted. So there aren't a whole lot of choices that you make in Skyrim. So yeah, set state, I mean, the creation engine is a really good engine. But they heavily script what happens at each of those stages, and it works really well. Unfortunately, when you have exponentially more choices that can be made, it gets complicated fast. Wonder why that's failing. I could output. Let me talk to her. huh? Hold on a second. Hold on. Something looks really weird. Maybe because the array is empty or anything. It would just at worst error out of that function and return the default value, which would be false, which is in this case what we want to return. Oh. Ooh. False true. Well, that would be the opposite. Yeah, it should go to that node. It's returning true and then false, which is exactly what it should be returning. Made a big stink over nothing. That's weird. Okay. Sometimes these nodes can get corrupted. Let's see if that's the case. Very rare. Turns out there was nothing wrong with the stage completion check. I was just making shit. I don't know. I was going crazy. I thought there was something wrong with it, but then I was like, wait, no, there's nothing wrong with it. Looks fine. It was returning the right values for that too. It should be true and false. Well, it could be this node that is having problems. That's possible too. One of these is the culprit. Yeah, imagine if I wanted to make something like Skyrim commands with set stage. I could do it, but it would require me to carefully determine which values are true or false based on that. Which might be easier said than done since there are so many variables that impact that, like Well, in some cases, it depends on the potion that you give, or the potion you make, or the things that you say. I don't even want to think about it. It will be challenged to debug, though. I would do that if stages are part of how narrative sets stuff up. I mean, there might be a way, but it would not be easy. It is a known unknown, though. We know that we need good debug tools for debugging the narrative, and we know that we don't have those. But we don't know how to solve that. So when working on vertical slice planning, we will need to find a solution for that, if we plan to continue using narrative. It's also possible that newer versions of narrative do have better debugging tools, but I am using an older version. And now it's just going nowhere. So weird. Now I kind of wonder if it is messing up because of this being empty. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt. I don't see why that would be the problem, but could be. Let me just try that temporarily. Your dev tool, you could have it ask what potions were given, but it could. That would be doable. Yeah. That would be a good way to do it. However, you would still then have to specify what optional dialogue you went down and what certain choices you made. And there's a lot of optional dialogue. So while you could probably handle potions, like you said, very easily, you probably have to manually flag a whole bunch of other things. Dev save states would help a lot, yeah. But I think something even more robust would be even better, if we can make it. I have a friend who's a lead QA, though I can always talk to him and see what he recommends or would want in this type of game. Oop. This goes nowhere. I wonder if maybe that whole narrative condition, I'm even wondering if that narrative condition is proper. Okay, let me try removing the condition entirely and just having, oh, I didn't put any text here. Maybe that's an issue too. Hold on. Let me try it again. Now that there's actually text there. Save states would help. But you also have to consider, like, you would probably need over 50 save states for one NPC. Just because of all the different things that could be given or happen. Which is doable, but perhaps there is still a better option. Like manually ticking things, although that would require that QA really understands what is required, so they would have to have access probably to the engine or to the graphs themselves. Or to some designer notes, like whatever the narrative designer organizes, which is why I plan to hire a very, very talented and organized narrative designer. Yeah, it reads true or false. It just doesn't do anything. It doesn't go anywhere. So let's try this. It should just default to reading this one, unless something here is messed up. There's no conditionals that would prevent this from playing. Frustrating bug. And our debugging problem will only get worse too as we add more NPCs. Because right now there isn't much interaction between Spoon and this merchant. But we do plan to have NPCs that, you know, your choice is made between 5 or 6 NPCs might have an impact. So yeah, it really is a known unknown that we need to solve for vertical slice. No question. Yeah, like that works and it goes on, so it's so weird. Because even if it was returning the wrong boolean, you know, if this should be true but it's returning false and this one's false but it's returning true, it should be going to one of these. And it is returning the right boolean. So now I'm just even wondering, what the heck? What if the narrative condition is broken or something? I guess I'll just make a new one. When did you update it? I mean, it hasn't been touched. I'm just wondering if everything here is correct and it's returning the correct boolean, but somehow the check here is not functioning and the nodes themselves are working, then my only thought is that the conditional file, the asset, is in some way corrupted. But yes, I do have history in these, all the files. So I'll just make a new one and we'll give it a check. Oh, do I have a version number for narrative? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's in the plugins. 3.5. I think they're on 4 now. We won't be updating it during prototype though, but we will be updating it in... Here's the thing, the stage complete, this is my own custom check. Everything in these folders is custom. So it isn't part of default. Stage completion. Mode to variable. Do a select. Not. Okay, we'll move this over to test stage complete. Merchant E1. And this is the false roll. If it isn't this, I don't know what else it could be. Because every single thing looks correct from a functionality standpoint. It's one of the more simple checks we do. Bzz, bzz. It goes nowhere. Okay, well I can make this easier to test. We'll go one further. Stage not complete. Claudius, thank you for the follow, man. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing better than me with bugs. Okay, conditions. We'll use the new one, test stage. Inverse. Merchant E1. Conditions. Test stage. Merchant 1E1. After response. Welcome sequencer. So I can, the good thing is I can just enter this. We'll talk to her. We'll see which one gets triggered. If one gets triggered, if none get triggered, I have no clue. I have no clue what might be wrong. Everything here looks fine. Even if it's empty, it should just be returning false, which should default to the first dialogue node. I have no clue at this point. Looking good, thank you. It's looking good when there aren't bugs. I don't know why this bug is happening. Always the simplest things. Okay, initial and nothing. Okay, so the dialogue nodes aren't corrupted. Something is wrong with the stage completion check. You know what it could be? Let me save things. Let me save these. It's not impossible that a structure might be corrupt. Which would result in everything looking like it's bug-free, but it is still causing a problem. Let's see if that's the issue. Come on, Blue Dick Boy, save me. Give me the power. overcome this bug. And we'll check if there is that issue. I do not see any invalid structures. None of this is necessary or interesting. Alright, let me give it another shot. Ooh, too fat to squeeze through. Like real life. Alright, talk to me, lady. Broken. Okay. Ignore that. Is it maybe something wrong with the spawn controller? Do we for sure only have one of these in the world? We do. Here's our completed stages. I could make a new just test function. I mean, maybe this function is messed up or something. At this point, I have no clue. Dialogue class reference. Check stage completion. Oh wait, hold on. No, we wanted. This is the new check stage completion. Actor of class. Completed stages. Find. Or hold on. Contains. Okay, and here we'll do test new function. With another print string for verification. There is another way that I could handle this too, by the way, so if we really can't get it working and I have no clue why it wouldn't be, there is another super backup solution. Which is just saving a bit of data when the player finishes that stage and then just determining if that's a true or false piece of data. It's not working. Why? Like, it says returning true or false. And then it feeds back into the dialogue. It's... I mean, we have conditionals everywhere. I mean, even this, look, this has 3 conditionals for choices. There's conditionals all over the place. Conditional here, whether or not you've read a book. tons of conditionals here. There's 5. And there's 2 on each of these. I don't get it. There's no way I could have hard-coded something, right, to not pass with that, or... No, there can't be. Okay, oh, I'll do the backup option. I have no idea why that's not working. It is beyond comprehension, and I already cannot comprehend that much. So instead of doing a check here, what we'll do is on stage completion. It couldn't handle the bool. Yeah, dude, I don't know what the hell was going on with that. On stage completion. I'd like it to just save a choice directly. You consider taking a break. Well, I'm going to be taking a break because I'm going to be getting off soon, right? Because I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. So, soon. Soon the break will occur, and it will occur for 24 minus 7 hours. And then it will recommence. It can be cooked otherwise, dude, I will. At least 17 hours till next stream, exactly. I'd have to hack this in a little bit, though, because if I want to save a choice when the player delivers any potion... I can't really do a potion outcome that would save the choice. I guess I could do score threshold is greater than or equal to terrible. I guess I could do that. Let me double check that that's the right way to format that. I think that score threshold we do a comparator check, but I'll double check on that. I don't think we do though. Then I'll do a choice update. Or, this is the stupidest way to do this. Merchant 1 E1 completed. False. set that to true. And then I'll double check in the spawn controller that this is how it works. We do not pass a comparator through to it. But I could. Especially because we match it to the score threshold in the first place. What do I want this to look though? Oh, let me go check the score threshold enum. Ocean value threshold. No, that's not it. Okay, it goes terrible to exceptional, so we can just check if the byte is greater than or equal to the current byte. Okay. I kind of want to do it really simply though. I should do it correctly. For now, I'll just hard code the check here. Do it correctly for forever or forever regretting. I know. I know, I'm just so strapped for... Okay, whatever, I'll just do it properly. Okay, what do I need to have happen here? Outcome trigger value, we can just check is equal, but we need to replace that with a comparison, and because it is bit masked, we can just compare the raw byte. In which case, I probably have compare integers. Don't judge me. I'm converting these to integers. But I kind of want to throw that in like a macro or something. Okay, I'll do it this way. Match score threshold to enum. It'll be good to have that. Okay. For each potion score thresholds. Should be easy. Enum to string. Score string. Equal. Case insensitive. Otherwise, return. Do a print. Invalid string for score match test. Okay. Now, here. Match score threshold to enum. And we need to compare this potion score to... Wait, can I not get it to integer? To integer. To this one. Not that one. Do this one. I think if NA we just pass true, right? Double checking, yes. Okay. That should work. It's kind of silly, but it'll work. Byte to integer is not really that crazy of a conversion anyway. So I could make a compare bytes, but whatever. I forget what I was going to do with that. Oh. In here, score threshold greater than or equal to terrible, so it should just always do that. Merchant 1 E1 completed to true. I'm going to print string on the level BP. Wait, level BP can't tick, right? Can it? Can level BP tick? It can, okay. Let me get saved choice. Get choice. The value. Okay, and then in here, do a conditional saved choice. Merchant 1 E1 completed false. True. Super stupid way of doing this. But it will work. So we know it's initialized, we know it's false. Yeah, we didn't do it on initial. That's the old test, right? Yeah. We need to go back and try to talk about Brant. So I need to go through the places she's visited. Works perfectly. Okay, but let me try one thing. Let me try giving her just any potion, because it'll consider it completed. Time to break with a bull, right? And I think the moment, it won't trigger right here. It'll trigger when she leaves. Because that's when we run the check. If I can speak normally. That should change to true in the upper left. Yes, okay. Good. I have no clue why stage completion as a check is just, it's just bugged. It's just only my first language, please give me a break. I don't get it. Unless completed stages isn't functioning properly? I could try testing it. Get actor of class. But even then, if we weren't somehow saving the right dialogues or whatever, or something was wrong with that, it should just have automatically returned false, which would have triggered true on the dialogue conditional. Like, there really should not have been any sort of problem. One of them would have always been true and one of them always would have been false, no matter what, even if the data storage was wrong. So I have no idea. I just actually don't know. Well, either way, we do have the right thing is occurring. It's just being done in a very weird way. Okay, we fixed this problem, bugs to fix. We will worry about all of these things once we have all of the merchant stuff written. Then we'll do a full bug pass on that before jumping into environmental puzzles. So I'm done with this for now. This bug was frustrating. I gotta go. I gotta pee like a racehorse, and I will be gone. And then I will see you guys tomorrow. That was the most awkward way to say it. Okay, guys, thank you so much for all of the amazing follows today. You guys are crazy. This was like one of our greatest days for follows. It was awesome. Liren Straz, Amicus, thank you for the raids today. It was really wonderful. And if any of you guys are still here from that, welcome. Welcome, and hope you stick around. Usually we don't have stupid bugs like that. Yes, we do. And I would love to see you guys around more. So hopefully you guys are going to have a wonderful day. Take care. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Wake up.
He is awake this time. Maybe you weren't. Joe, you know what? You deserve sleep, Joe. Go to sleep. You can finally rest. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a wonderful one. Peace. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good Tuesday.